standing at the corner of Maxwell Creek Road and Ranch Road. This was the location of William Sachse's original home. In 1845, he came to this corner and made himself a dugout home back in this direction. He lived in the dugout until the early 1850s, at which time he built a rock ranch house and called it the Lone Elm. The ranch house had porches on the east and the south, and had a wide center hallway which led down to those cellar rooms, which Mr. Sachse kept for storage purposes. He used to order his chimney globes by the gross and soda by the keg. After the Santa Fe Railway came through the present part of Sachse, William Sachse moved to town. At that time, one of his sons, Jasper Newton, who was known as Newt, and did formerly live down Ranch Road, Newt moved into the Rock Ranch House. He lived there until 1912, at which time he tore it down, filling up part of the cellar rooms with the rock from that house. And Newt Sachse built a 3-story home with porte-cochere, electricity, and all the amenities of the day in 1912. That house stood until the late 20s when it burned. The present house was built in the late 1920s. This property, owned by William Sachse, went to his son Jasper Newton Sachse and is now owned by Jasper Newton's son Woodrow Wilson Sachse. Directly across Maxwell Creek Road on the corner of Ranch Road was William Sachse's mill and gin. These were horse and oxen powered. In 1869, the oxen powered gin burned, and it was replaced with a steam powered gin. William Sachse's great barn was on the next rise toward the north. The barn, constructed with heavy beams, which were held together by wooden pegs. I have one of the Bodart pegs with me that we can put on camera here. You can imagine the size of the main beam of the barn if this was the peg that held it together. Near the site of that large barn, J.K. Sachse built his first ranch home. Directly across on the west side of Maxwell Creek Road, the eldest son of William and Martha Sachse built his home. He was Daniel Boone Sachse. He lived there several years before he moved west, and at that time the youngest Sachse son, Francis Marion, known as Frank, moved into that house. The cellar room still exists at this location. We do still have a bit of history left for Sachse. The cellar room that still exists is under the building behind the main house. It was lined with logs, and the original logs are still there. This property, which is William Sachse's survey, joins the Daniel Herring survey at this point. We will next go see the Daniel Herring homestead location. I think it's Skyline Acres at 131 Sunset Drive. This was the location that Daniel Herring chose for his home in 1840s. His first home was a log cabin. He lived in it until 1862, at which time he took horses and wagons to Jefferson City because that was the location of the nearest sawmill. He brought back the lumber and erected on this spot a 2-story frame house. Its main feature was a very tall chimney. Inside, the fireplace was 6 feet long and 5.5 feet high, with an iron board across to hold the cooking pots. The barn and house areas were defined by some of these streets. Daniel Herring survey of 640 acres met the William Sachse survey that we have just seen. This is the location of the home of Joshua Lawrence Herring, eldest son of Daniel Herring. When Josh married in 1875 to Kibby Ann Kirby of the Liberty Grove community, he took this location for his home. This was originally built by Daniel Herring as a house for hired help. At the time that Josh married and moved here, he remodeled and incorporated the outside kitchen room into the main house and added massive pillars where front posts had formerly existed on the porch. In 1888, April 1st, on the birth of his third daughter, Josh transplanted this cedar tree to this spot. The early settlers had timber down in Muddy Bottom, and this was brought from the acre that he bought for timber. The house that's presently standing has been here since 1949. The original 1870s house was torn down at that time, but all the lumber from that house is incorporated in this house. There are solid wood ceilings, solid wood walls throughout. There is also a small barn to the north and the west that is built from 1870s barn lumber. We are now in the process of restoring it and plan to do further restoration on this house.
Sure are.
I think the family's gone to. We are at mailing address 5720 Alexander. This location originally was the home of DeWitt Clinton Sachse, who married Susie Herring, daughter of Daniel Herring. They built in the 1890s a fine two-story neoclassical home on this spot. The house was later bought when D.C. and Susie went to West Texas by Missouri Sachse Ingram. This was 1970, and she lived here until her death in 1942. The original house was torn down. The house presently standing here was built by her daughter and husband. This was Lily Ingram Salmon, and the property is now in the estate of her son, Brian Salmon. Main road down. That was a pretty establishment.
When were these streets put in here? Anthony Street? Not Anthony, but...
And everybody got presents every Christmas, every birthday.
Well, I tell you, I wish our...
On the rise, beyond this gate, where the taller trees are, was the home of Martha Herring McAmis, daughter of Daniel Herring. She built a two-story frame house similar to her father's that we saw earlier in Skyline Estates. However, her front porch pillars were two-story with an open gallery across the front. Martha was famous for her spinning wheel, which she kept in the parlor, and until her death in the 1930s, she would demonstrate for school children. We are on Ben Davis Road, north side, about 1 mile east of Rowlett Creek. We're on Bunker Hill Road, between Ben Davis Road and Highway 78. Immediately east in this area was the home of James Alfred Sachse. He was called Jimmy and was the son of William Sachse by his first marriage to Elizabeth McCullough. This was probably one of the most beautiful locations in Jimmy's day. A lovely pastoral area. Stand of trees to the north, big pond to the south. His home was a two-story white frame with a wide front veranda and tall white pillars across the front. This is no longer family owned. We are standing on the corner of 2nd and DeWitt. The address at this house is 5937 DeWitt. Right along with William Sachse's first home and Daniel Herring's first home, this location would be next in line as a historical site. In the 1880s, C.T. Curley, an early merchant, came here and put in a general store and built on this spot a two-story Victorian. He stayed only a short while and sold the house to the Samuel Balkman family. Mr. Balkman was a son of the Balkman family in Dallas, for whom Balkman Lake is named. Mr. Balkman sold the house to Missouri Sachse Ingram. She, in turn, sold the house to her brother, J.K. Sachse. J.K. and Molly Sachse moved here in the early 1900s. Molly Sachse was the eldest granddaughter of Daniel Herring. You can see how the Herrings and the Sachses have intermarried during the generations. The house in 1925 was remodeled into a 12-room, prairie-style showplace home. There was slate roof, porte-cochere, double stairways, double fireplaces, what seemed like acres of hardwood floors, a basement with a thermostatically controlled furnace that provided central heat to all rooms, a complex water system with bathrooms on both levels of the house, and electricity was generated on the spot. The first lighted Christmas tree in Sachse was at this house. That house stood until the late 1960s when it was demolished and the present house was put here. It is the home of Iona Herring Ingram. She is the granddaughter of Daniel Herring and the daughter-in-law of Missouri Sachse Ingram. This was formerly known as Railroad Street. It's only been given the name Floyd Street in recent years. When William and Martha Sachse's family was grown and the railroad had come through, they decided to move to town into a smaller house. Mr. Sachse told his son Jake, "I intend to sit on the porch and watch the trains go through." I imagine that was an awesome sight when only a few years earlier this had been open prairie with itinerant Indians and buffalo and bear. The house was small. It was a brick Victorian with a slate roof and plaster ceiling and walls. All that we have left is a few sections of the front fence, which was wrought iron. This information is given by Mary Eileen Jones, author of Sachse Remembered, and is taken from chapters 1 and chapters 2, Houses Remembered.
Start out by the name.
Okay. And the camera's over there, so
Okay.
and you can look at me and look at them. It'll make a difference to it.
Okay, I'm Eloise Bailey, and I was born just a few miles out of Sachse, Texas. And at the early age, we moved to West Texas. My family did. We moved out there on a big farm out in Bryce, Texas, and we lived out there for 7 years. And at the end of the 7 years, we moved back to Sachse, Texas, and we moved from Bryce by wagon to Clarendon to store our stuff, our merchandise and our livestock that we had on trains to move it to Sachse, Texas. And they were unloaded out here on the railroad, right here in the Sachse home place.
Miss Betty, what year was that?
That was in about 1919, as well as I recollect.
Yeah. Did your family own? Of course, they didn't own automobiles or anything, did they?
No, we got our first automobile when we lived in Bryce, Texas. We lived right out in the big middle of about 100 acres of land and maybe more. We worked this land. And we got our first car while we were there, and it was a Model T. But every time we got ready to go to town or go anywhere, we'd have to push the car maybe a mile before we could get it started. My daddy would jack up the back wheel. You seen where they jack up the back wheel and start it? Well, he'd do it that way sometimes. Sometimes we'd all just push it. Of course, there's a good many little children to do it. But when we got ready to move, they moved our stock to Clarendon and shipped it by rail. And it was unloaded. Our furniture and everything was unloaded out here at the track. You see, we did have two depots here. We had a depot in a stockyard, is what we had. But we had a good-sized depot right out here. And our stock and everything was unloaded right there at our house. Because we lived there. It's a Sachse home place. The Grandpa Sachse built. His second home place. And while we lived at West Texas, we had lots of fun because we walked 3 miles to school. And lots of times, coming home would become a sandstorm, and it almost cut your legs in two from the sand. And sometimes, one day, it came a big hailstorm, and we barely got in the house before the hail started. And when it hailed out there, it was big hail. And all the time we lived out there, we made our own living. We had cows and hogs and raised beans. My daddy would plant big patches of pinto beans and white beans and gardens, and then we would put it up. And then actually all we had to buy was our flour and our meal. And we just made our meal from the corn.
Why did you come back to Sachse?
Well, my daddy just got tired of farming, I guess, and decided he wanted to move back in this area. And so, of course, my grandmother and them all lived here, you see. We were the only one that was out west. But we did have 2 uncles that lived out there, Uncle Boone and Uncle Frank Sachse. They lived about 3 miles from us. And we had them to visit while we were out there. And Grandma Sachse came and visited us while about 3 years before we came back. Or maybe even a while before she died. And she spent the night with us one night. And so that's the only time I ever remember seeing Grandma Sachse.
Do you remember any impressions as a little girl when you came back to Sachse? What were your first feelings? And
We were thrilled to death to live in a walk to the store and get a Coke or an ice cream cone, and they was always putting cars out. Well, we played in those box cars, and we'd go out there every time they put in some new ones. Sometimes they'd have different things that they loaded in it, and sometimes it was wheat, and sometimes oats, and sometimes ice, just different things. And we just had a lot of fun. We'd go out there and switch up in cars and play in them. And we'd go over to the stockyard there where they had it fixed where they loaded stock. That was right across the road over there, 3rd Street. And we had a lot of fun doing that way. Of course, we walked to school, and the school was up here on, what road is that?
Sachse Street.
Sachse Street. Anyway, the school was up there, and we just had a little ways to walk to school when we could run home for dinner. And, of course, we always wanted to get back because we had play fields, that we was out in the yard and play.
Did you start school there in the 1st grade?
No, I was in the 4th grade when we moved back here. I was 12 years old when we moved back here. And I was in the 4th grade. And I never will forget my teacher's name. Her name was Beatrice Flynn. And she taught me through too. And one thing that outstands very muchly in my mind while she was teaching me, we got to write notes, the boys and girls got to write notes to one another, and she called us. And she said, now I said, if I catch anyone doing that again, said, I'm going to hit you. So, well, of course, dancing as we were, well, we got caught again. So she said, well, there's too many of you, quit. Well, she made a great big sign about that big, and she wrote, we are sweet sweeties. And Claude McCormick was a big, tall boy, and she made him hold that sign in the middle. And I saw her walk out on the walk at recess, and everybody standing looking in the Greek kitchen, and there's no sign we're sweet sweeties. So we all said we'd rather she'd have whipped us than to have done that. And then we had 2 stories. You said we had one class upstairs. And when it come time for the bell, the teacher would get so enthused with coffee that he'd forget to ring the bell. So Alice Bailey, she was my husband's sister, she'd get up and ring the bell. Well, the teacher thought the one below rang it, and the one below thought the one top rang it. So we had a lot of fun that way.
Well, now you're talking about a different school building now than what's up there now.
When we went to school, no, yeah, it's different. They tore that down right after I went to school there till I was 16, and then
what was a big wooden building?
It was wooden. I have a picture of it here.
Okay. The present was it located on the site where the present old school building is?
Where that building is now.
So they tore that one down and built this one.
They built they built one other one. It was a red brick, and then they tore it down and built this one. So this is the 3rd.
So it was a high school as well. I mean, you went all the way through public education.
They went to they did with the oldest one, but then they had to go to Garland after they got to the 10th grade, I guess, or somewhere around there.
About how many children were there in the school when you were there?
Well, there was a good many because they had 1st grade and 2nd grade and the 3rd and the 4th. They had several classes. So there were several went to school there. Had a pretty good bunch of kids.
Yeah.
And of course they all lived around here.
What kind of social activity did you children have as children? I'm sure families must have gotten together. What did
We
you
did.
do?
Well, when we was going to school, we had you see, there was 3 stories in that building. And they had a bell. Then tower where the bell was at on up there, but you could go up on the 3rd story. You had steps that went up there. Well, we'd go up there at dinner, and we swept it all out, made us a place where we could go up there, and we'd go up there and just sit and talk and, have a good time. And then they had plays. Our school would get up plays, and we would put on plays. And one thing that's real outstanding was putting on a play one night in the building caved in the upper story.
Oh.
So didn't quite scare, but it didn't hurt anybody.
Uh-huh.
And outside of that, and of course our church, and most of our activities when I was growing up, you went to school and you went to church, or you went to the cotton patch. So that was what we spent most of our time. But my daddy believed in doing ours, and then everybody else's that didn't get theirs done. And if it rained and we couldn't use the hoe, well, we pulled it. You know, we pull up the weeds, we'd go suck of the corn, or we'd pull up the big weeds on the end. And that time we thought we was going to get to go to school, well, somebody come along wanted us to come and hoe out their crop, or if it's picking time, pick their crop. And my daddy said, well, girls, we better do it, because we may need that money to eat. Well, we would go do it, but you know, none of us kids ever failed a grade. We always made our grade, even though we missed, I guess, sometimes I think 2 months, it did 2 months of school, but then we always made our grade.
What was your favorite subject in school?
I believe arithmetic. It's my favorite. I was done pretty good, but I quit school when I was 16 years old and got married, so.
Well, tell us about that, about getting married and all that.
Well, I was just 16, and so we decided we'd get married. We didn't have no place to go and no money either. That shows you how people's minds used to work in that time. But anyway, we got married, and my daddy's mother said, well, y'all can stay here with us till you get your place to live. So we lived here 2 weeks, and Mr. Means, that used to live up here on the hill, that's Doc Summers' daddy, he wanted my husband to work for him. And so he gave us a little 2-room house to live in, and so we bought us a little bit of furniture and moved up there, and I guess we stayed up there about 2 years. And, you know, there was always work, cotton to chop or cotton to pick. That's the way we made our living. We would get out and work, like through the summer, you know, whenever if there wasn't any work, well, we bought our groceries on credit. The little stores out here Virginia paid us, and then the minute we got to hoeing or picking cotton, which had 1 month, and we went and paid our grocery bill. And generally, when we was working, we would buy up everything we thought we would need for the few months that we wouldn't have work. And we never did have a worry, I don't guess. We never thought nothing about whether we'd eat or not, because we had a good daddy-in-law and mother-in-law that they lived here. Here's where they lived. And they had a big garden. They had fruit trees and every kind of tree you could think of. And he always killed 2 big hogs and had a milk cow. So we knew as long as they had food, we had it. So, and they always seemed happy to have us, regardless if we all come at once or whatnot. They was happy to have us. We were just, you know, it was just a happy family. And of course, my mother and them lived over here in the brick house, and then my daddy-in-law and them lived here. And now he bought this. Mr. Bailey bought this place. This house was built for the bank president. They had a bank here in Sachse, and it was built for the president of the bank. And I think he lived here about 3 years, and then the bank went busted, and so they sold this place to Mr. Bailey, my dad-in-law. And he gave $3,000 is what he gave for this block of ground. But it wasn't nothing on it but the house. No bathroom. They had a bathroom built, but nothing in it. No cabinets, no water in it, no nothing. It was just a house.
But what other businesses were there in Sachse back, let's say, in the early days?
Well, when we first came, there was a barber shop and a post office, a grocery store. I think we had sometimes we would have 2 grocery stores. But then sometimes maybe one would close up and another one would come. And we had a blacksmith shop. And there's a picture in the paper of how the town looked. I don't know whether y'all ever seen it or not. And the book that the Saxes put out. I think little Pat has my book now. But sometimes you could get it and look at that picture if you want to see it.
Did you make trips into Garland or McKinney, other cities for supplies or things like that? At any time, everything's pretty well self-sustained.
No, when we lived here, I guess we just bought out what we eat here. You know, the little stores would pay us, and so we just bought out what we had to eat. Of course, we raised a lot of it. My daddy-mama raised a big garden, and of course, we always helped him with the garden and gathering it and all, and helped put it up. So they always divided with us. So we lived pretty cheaply, and there wasn't really nothing to go to.
What about the Depression? How did that affect people who lived in Sachse?
Well, it affected us very much, and I guess it affected some more than others. You see, we were working day labor was the way we was doing. We didn't have no land, you know. And we worked for this day labor, and my husband worked for the gym. When the ginning season started, well, he didn't work at the gym. And worked at other jobs, you know, that he could get. But really, there wasn't too much work to be done. You know, you just couldn't get work. That's why I say people are so lucky now that you can get work. And I know the year the Depression was so bad, we picked cotton for 35 cents a hundred, and you would have to make 3 or 4 rounds before you'd have enough to wear. There wasn't no cotton. The boll weevils had eaten it up.
Yeah.
And that year it was pretty bad because, you know, you didn't have the work. There wasn't no cotton to pick. And but we always seemed to live, and I guess I always heard part is the will of his way, so I believe the Lord takes care of you. If you do what you can do, I think he'll do the rest.
Yeah. Well, it seems like that folks in those days were probably living off the land more than the rest of us have an opportunity to do now. So
the people that had their own land did pretty good. You see, my daddy-in-law owned 100 acres over here on Baker Road. He owned that 100 acres. And, of course, he got the rent, you see, off of that. But that's how he lived. And, but we had to do day labor. But my husband would pick up jobs, you know, someone maybe did drive a truck somewhere to pick up some onion slips or something like that. There was always some little something to pick up jobs. Make a living.
Do you remember some of the earliest modern conveniences when they came in? Let's say like radios. Did they have radios when you were a little girl? Did you all have radio?
We didn't know what a radio or a fan was. I fanned them in and out all night long. Froze to death in the wintertime. We didn't burn fires in the wintertime. When night come, the fires went out. And you had to cuddle to stay warm. And the same way, there wasn't no radios and there wasn't no fans. But I remember the first radio we got. It was a little bitty square about this long, made out of metal, I guess, and had some little walls or somewhere or another you took and put together to get your music.
Probably a crystal.
Yeah, that's
radio.
what it was, just a little. And that was our first one. And I know I never forget when we got the first one, you know, where it was in a little cabinet. And we thought we was really in high cotton then. We would always lay in bed on Saturday night and listen to the Big Jamboree, listen to music. So it was several years before we had that. So then it come on still a few more conveniences, you know, and you learned then whenever you got those conveniences to enjoy them. We used to do our washing on the rubboard. It would take you a half a day to wash your clothes. And then maybe a half a day to iron them. We ironed everything. And then maybe another half a day to scrub your floor because we had wood floors sometimes. And we lived in some houses that the wallpaper looked so bad that we painted it with newspapers. And we could lay in the bed and read the funnies and read the papers.
What about gas? Of course, natural gas hasn't always been in town,
no.
and I'm sure that changed the town quite a bit.
Yeah,
People began to hook up the gas.
Yeah, it changed it while we didn't take it here until we had already had butane. So my husband wouldn't take it because he thought the butane was the cheapest. But after he passed away, well, I had natural gas put in because I didn't like that. I'm coming in and filling my tank. I didn't know when to fill it. And so I just changed to natural gas. It was across the road. So we enjoyed it. And then, of course, when we got electricity, we didn't have no electricity, for a while. And they logged this house for electricity. Of course, we just had a little bulb hanging down that you pull the string on and come on. And so then went on then later where we bought the refrigerator. That box out there on the porch was my dad-in-law's them's ice box, that big long box. They would fill it up with ice, and that's where they kept their things where they wouldn't perish. So it's
One other area that we hadn't talked very much about is the churches. What about tell us about which was the first church here? And
the Christian church was the first one. The first one when we came here. I think they had another church somewhere before this one, but anyway, when we moved back here with this Christian church, it was sitting out up here in City Hall, and that's where we went to church at. See, we lived in the big house over there, and we'd go right up that little trail. We made us a trail right on up to the Christian church, and that's the only place we had to go to was church. We had prayer meeting on Wednesday night, and on Christmas they would get up a little plays, or we'd have little programs, for Christmas. And we had little things like that we went to and enjoyed. But if you didn't want to go to church, well, at my family, you just didn't go nowhere because they didn't believe in going dancing and things like that. Well, that was just out for us because they wanted us to go to church. And so if you said you didn't want to go, well, you didn't go nowhere. But we had neighbors. We had a neighbor that lived over here where the corner store is now. Their name was Farmers. And they had a bunch of girls, women. Some of them was older than we were. But on nights that we all wanted to get together, we would walk over there and we'd get out. Of course, nobody could travel down that road now that's there now where people go all down the crossroad there. But we'd all get out there on the side of the road and tell ghost stories. Or we'd chase the what do you call them? Lightning bugs. Yeah. We'd get us a jar and catch lightning bugs. And we had our way, we had the entertainers.
You make your own entertainment.
We made our own entertainment because they wasn't. Occasionally they'd have a party, for the young people, and occasionally on some Sunday nights or on Saturday nights, we had a pie at our house, and they would all group in at our house, and we'd have a thingy. And there was just one thing that Mama would not allow, and that was no cards in her house. I know they was going to play a little game one night that you had to use dice, and she strictly stopped it right quick. Nobody got no cards and no dice in her house.
I know as a younger person, you probably had dreams. What are some of the dreams that came true, and what are some of the dreams that just never materialized?
Well, I guess I've been pretty fortunate having my dreams all the time true. Of course, I think every young girl wants to get married. And of course, I married my husband when I was 16 years old, and he was 22. And of course, then we married in 1924, and then in 1925, our first child was born. And we had 2 children then, and 2 boys. One of my oldest sons passed away. He's not living. And I don't know, we always seemed to be we just took what come. Of course, we had a lot of spells of sickness. A lot of times that, we had distress and kind of worried, but it always worked out, we always come through it. My husband had kidney stones all the time, so that was another problem that we had, but we always tried to take care of the other one when one was sick, or the other one was there, to take care of them. See that they got their doctor and got, took care of. So, and of course, we got our first car we got was a Model A, I guess, and it was. It was good for us, but it was just a one-seater. We had 2 children, but anyway, we made do with it, and we enjoyed it. And then we finally traded it off and got another Model A, which was had 2 seats in it. And I guess that was about my most disappointing time. My oldest son wrecked it. Him and some more boys was going to see which one would go around the turn of the passage. He turned it over and tore the car up, so. But it still was drivable, so we still drove it anyway like it was. But I've had a good life. I had, as I say, I had 2 children. I have 12 grandchildren, and I have 8 great grandchildren. And my youngest son's still living. He lives up at Pottsboro. And, but we had a lot of good times. I married when I was 16, but a lot of people say, well, we better marry that young when we was too young. But I said I didn't know what it was or not. I had my children when I was young, and I enjoyed them when I was young. And then I didn't go to work until they was up where I could go to work. And then I went to work for 32 years at Biologic Factory. So that was about the extent of it, but we had a real good life.
Miss Betty, we sure appreciate you taking time.
I have one question. You were mentioning the ice box. Where did you get your ice from? Was there an ice
We
route?
had someone that hauled it.
Where did they
from
get it
Garland.
around here
They got it gone.
in Garland? Was there an ice house or was there ice caves?
Yeah, they had an ice house in Garland, and they hauled it, and the truck come along and delivered it to you. And you know, everybody that wanted ice, they let them know when they wanted it, and they generally had their route that they made, every other day or every so often, and they delivered your ice.
What other
thing,
kind of deliveries did you have out here?
it was pretty good.
I mean, what other kind of things were delivered besides just ice? Was there milk, or and most people raised their own milk cows, I would imagine, right?
We didn't have too much of that in the earlier years, I don't think. And I don't think they really have too much of that now. Most people go to the store now and get. But I never will forget that one time we was working in the field and we were real hot. We lived over here on I don't know what road they call that now. Anyway, it's uphill to it, You have to go right straight up the hill. So one day we was wanting ice so bad, and it was hot, and we wanted some ice tea for dinner. And we said, well, we should get the ice, man. We sure would like to have some ice. So, well, when we got in the car and went home to dinner, just before we got to our house, there lay a big block of ice in the middle of the road. It was a 50-pound block of ice laying right in the middle of the road. See, when the Iceman went up the hill, he lost it. And we sure did enjoy that ice. So we said that was really good that day. We got that ice. It didn't cost us a thing.
Thought the Lord was really looking out.
Yeah, the Lord really made us that day. Good ice tea.
Miss Betty, we sure do thank you for taking time to share.
Well, I
your
hope
life
I
with
gave
us.
you what
good.
you wanted.
Yeah, it's been good, and I think that I hear people talk about the good old days, and I'm not sure whether those are the good old days or not.
Well,
but,
it's the time is just what you make out of it. I know we had a lot of things that come, in our life. Our youngest son had the group real bad, and many a night it looked like he would choke to death. He did just as well as he could be and lay down and go to sleep, and then wake up choking to death. And of course, we finally got a hold of the doctor that gave us something that the minute he took it would give him in it out of his throat. And then my husband had to have surgery, he had an appendix operation, and then he had kidney stones, and then all down through the years we had all these things happen, but we always come through them. I said we looked and see where the Lord was so good that he met our needs, and I said we didn't worry nothing about what we was going to eat and what was going to wear, because we always seemed to have something. And I said, I don't know, I think if you get out and do what you can do yourself, and if you're able to work, well, now you can find work. But then there wasn't so much to be had. But anyway, we all made it. We made it. And I can say one thing, that we did have a good, my daddy-in-law and mother-in-law was really wonderful people. And he was well known here in the town of Sachse because he would always tell you, I know one day he told me, he said, Elvis, one of these days you're going to be taxed to death. Well, to me, I thought, well, now that's the foolishest thing I ever heard tell of me being taxed when I haven't even got a penny to my name. He said, well, okay. He said, you won't, not right now, but said, eventually you'll be taxed to death. And he told me so many things like that, you know, that would happen later on, and of course he was right. He was a pretty smart guy. He wasn't highly educated, but he could figure a bill of lumber and build a house. And he was a carpenter. And, you know.
A lot of common sense.
A lot of common sense. That was wonderful people.
Yeah.
I couldn't have married any more wonderful people than they.
Yeah, that's funny.
They loved their family, and their family all loved them. We all enjoyed it.
Where did you have to go for medical care, medical attention? Did you go to McKinney, or did you go to Dallas, or
Went
Garland?
to, we had a doctor we went to in Garland, Dr. John Ryan. I don't guess he's been dead for years.
Yes, ma'am. I went to Dr. Ryan myself.
Did you? He was our family doctor.
He was mine.
And my husband would take a kidney stone, and when it hit him, we had to get him somewhere right then. And we would go to Dr. Ryan, and Dr. Ryan was always so gracious. He would come and give Levi a heavy shot of morphine in the vein till we could get him to his doctor in Medical City in Dallas. And we would take him down to Medical City in Dallas. And Dr. Shannon at Southwestern was his doctor. And that's where we made it to. And he had to have surgery one time. He had it in Medical City for kidney stones that lodged in the kidney, and they had to operate on him. And then we went to call, and he died. And we died here at home, but they took him to Normal Hospital. He'd been in there with a long time.
Okay.
We went to call, and mostly.
That's great.
Oh, icebox. Seen that icebox.
I've seen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the first annual Sachse Founders Day celebration. I'm Pat Boyd. I'm the president of the Sachse Historical Society. For those of you who don't know, the Sachse Historical Society is in its first year. We began about April of 1989. The purpose of the Historical Society is to preserve the history of Sachse as it has been, as it continues to develop throughout our city. For all of those who live here now and those who are to come, so they will know where we've come from and where we're going. Where we've come from is a whole lot easier than where we're going, but we're going to try to get all that down too. This anniversary, Founders Day, coincides with when William Sachse came to this area in January of 1845. There's some little known facts that some people don't know about it. William Sachse arrived in this area on January 15th, 1845. For a few years in the 1890s, Sachse was spelled S-A-X-I-E, and it was listed that way on the train. I think they changed it back closer to the turn of the century. Lumber for the first two houses in this area had to be hauled by wagon from Jefferson, Texas. William Sachse built the first cotton gin in this area, powered by oxen. He built a steam-powered gin in 1869. One of the cellar rooms built in the 1840s by William Sachse for his first home still exists today. In the early 1900s, Sachse had a 3-story school, complete with music and elocution classes. So we have had some education of our own over the period. The first bank in Sachse was established in the early 1900s. The bank was located where the first Sachse Center shopping center is on Highway 78 now. In the 1890s, Sachse had its own train depot. The depot was large for such a small community. It was complete with a ticket window, waiting room, and the convenience of persons getting 4 daily trains. The Sachse postmark existed for more than 50 years. The postmark disappeared with the demise of our post office in Sachse in the early 1940s. We have recently just received our own zip code, so we're on the way to hopefully getting our post office or postmark back. Wild bear, buffalo, and hostile Indians occupied this area when William Sachse arrived in 1845. So it was quite a virgin land when he got here. In fact, bears ate the first pigs brought here by William Sachse. So those are some few of the facts that we kind of lose sight of in this modern day and time. But today we're here to kind of celebrate the history of Sachse. We've got 3 people who have graciously accepted the opportunity to speak, and they have different areas of points of view of the development of the history of Sachse. And they will speak from their own experiences. It's all ad lib, whatever they thought was appropriate to speak. I don't even know what they're going to speak about, but I'm sure it will be their personal insights in the development of Sachse. I'll introduce all 3 names, and then I'll introduce them individually. We have Cleo Hudson, who was a longtime resident of Sachse, moved here when she was a small child in the mid-1910s. Mr. C.L. Davis, who came here in the late 60s and was mayor in the late 60s also, and was instrumental in some of the modernization of the city services. And Joe Stone, who's been a very long time resident of the area, born and raised here, and started the fire department as fire chief for a number of years. So they each have some individual credentials that allow them to give us some insight. First, I'd like to call on Ms. Cleo Hudson to come up here and give us her rendition of how she sees Sachse and its development. Ms. Hudson.
When Mayor Lane asked me first to make a little talk on the early days of Sachse, my response was no. But being the sweet person she is, I soon reversed my no to a yes. But without any pressure on her part. And our memory seems to deteriorate sometimes with age. I think I'm in that category. So I began to rack my brain and came up with a few things about the early parts of Sachse that I have written. With my parents, I moved to Sachse at an early age. Sachse was a small community town, very little transportation, a lot of walking, narrow dirt roads, more like an alley. I remember a church, a school, cotton gin, and a depot. I don't remember much about the business part. I do remember a store and a blacksmith shop. Occupation was farming. Sachse Christian Church was a frame building excuse me, that was just opposite of this building with outdoor plumbing. I grew up in the church starting in the Sunday school card class. I can remember going to revivals in a wagon with my parents and some neighbors. The revivals were held on the outside of the church at night with plank boards to sit on. This church that was torn down and the present church that now sits on, it's located on Ben Davis Road, is where the Christian church now is. And, and I might add that that land was donated by Jim and Elsie Barker to build that church on, and the land originally was owned by Jim's granddaddy, Uncle Jimmy Sachse, which was the oldest son of the Grandpa William Sachse. I think I have that right. And I'm proud to say that I'm still a member of the Sachse Christian Church and attend services regularly. The school was a 3-story frame building located on DeWitt Street. There were large coal heaters for heat, outdoor plumbing. The rooms were large. I believe there were only 3 teachers to teach the entire student body. There were a lot of children. Some walked several miles to school. I can remember walking to school, and when it was very cold, we would wear see-through scarves over our face. When we got to school, our scarves were frozen from our breath. We carried our lunch in brown paper bags, lunch pails, which were usually surf buckets. I think some also carried their lunch wrapped in a newspaper. The cotton gin I remember was located on Sachse Road across from where I now live. Where I now live. I then lived on Billington across Sachse Road with my parents. The gin burned on a late Saturday afternoon. That ended the cotton gin. However, that wasn't the only gin. That was the last gin. There were 2 others earlier. I don't remember either of them. The depot was located across the railroad from the now Chinese restaurant. I guess the depot was torn down. A later date, 2 large onion sheds were built. One where the depot stood, the other across 3rd Street. Both sheds were destroyed by a tornado, not the same year, but 1 year apart. I can also remember a large one-room building that stood across Sachse Road from my home now. It was a school and a church. School during the week and church on Sunday. Methodist and Christian. Later, the Methodists went to Pleasant Valley to build a church. The Christian built where I have already mentioned. A family lived in that building when I remembered it. Dr. Lyons tore that building down and built the house that still stands where David and Sherry Rowland now live. So we had a doctor in Sachse back then. Some later years, as I was growing up, there was a bank, a post office, and Oddfellow and Rebecca Lodge also held their meetings in Sachse. Later, there was a barber shop here and other business buildings. I'm a charter member of the auxiliary for the Sachse Firemen's and served as president for 2 years. I'm now a charter member of the Sachse Senior Citizen Go-Getters. Last year, I was nominated by the Go-Getters to run in the oh-so-great-grandmother contest at the Fall Fest Country Fair. You know what? I won. I was crowned and presented a trophy. I waited 81 years for that. So I can say that I have grown. I have seen Sachse grow from the horse and buggy days until the present. I love Sachse and I'm proud to be a lifelong citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I'm sure everybody enjoyed that speech. Now I'll bring up to the podium Mr. C.L. Davis. As I spoke earlier, he moved here in the late 60s and was mayor during the late 60s. At that time, I think quite a few of the city's improvements have occurred, and we appreciate Mr. Davis coming to share that with us. Mr. C.L. Davis.
The things I'm going to talk about appeared 22 years ago. I was not here, as Mrs. Hutt mentioned then. And I can be very specific. On Saturday the 17th, on Saturday, September the 30th, 1967, I moved into my home on Bonanza Drive. I pioneered Bonanza Drive. The wheat was about this tall. Mr. Skinner owned that property, and they built a house, and I moved in before it was completed. While the late Mrs. Davis and myself were unloading some things that we brought up before the van came out, Mr. Hudson, the late Mr. Hudson, and I believe the mayor, Ben Davis, I believe he was mayor at that time, came up to my house, and he said, "I'm going to interrupt you momentarily." He said, "We want you to run for mayor." I said, "Listen, I told this little lady over here, if she moved out here, I'll build her a nice home. And when I went somewhere at night, I would take her. If I couldn't take her, we'd stay home." Well, they kept on, I won't use the word warped, but they kept on after me. My telephone was ringing and they wanted me to run for something. So I finally came down and signed up to run for city council. So that was, I don't know when the election was now, but anyway, I said, well, it won't be elected, no one knows. But I ran, so I ran. All right, in the meantime, now if anybody here lives in Garland, I don't really mean this. In the meantime, excuse me, I had that second piece of pie while doing that. In the meantime, I had what I would call a dirty letter from the mayor of Garland. And he said, "You cannot send your mail to Sachse. Sachse doesn't exist, it's not a town. You will not get your mail if you say Sachse." So I cooled off about 10 days and I answered that letter. And in that letter, I remember very specifically telling him that I didn't want to live in Garland. He wanted to say Garland, Texas. I said, I didn't want to live in Garland, that's why I moved to Sachse. I don't know anybody in Garland. I was lying a little bit. I said, furthermore, I don't even like anybody that lives in Garland. And I said, of course, I didn't really mean that because some of my best friends live in Garland. But I said, I don't intend to live in Garland. I want to live right where I am. I had my estate printed, my checks printed, said Sachse. Okay, then, election time came. I don't remember what time. There was 48 votes cast. Guess who got 47 of them? So I was moved in as the councilman. So I stayed on that job about 11 months, I believe, and I believe this was Mr. Ben Davis, who was the mayor. When he resigned, I forget. Joe, do you remember if he resigned?
He resigned shortly before his death.
All right. Anyway, I was the only retired person on the council, so I got pushed in as the mayor. All right. I was pushed in as mayor. The next part, I had a telephone call. She said, "Are you the new mayor?" I said, "That's what they told me last night." Well, she said, "I'll fix to sue the city." I said, "For what?" She said, "I bought a new dress and I put it in the washing machine and the water came on, it was rusted, it ruined my dress." I said, "I don't remember who it was, don't know if I ever knew it." I said, "Lady, how long have you lived in Sachse?" She said, 3 or 4 years. I said, "Then you knew about the water being rusty one day and further rusty the next and fire to clean the next?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Thank you very much." All right, the next thing, when I accepted this mayor's job, the next thing I ran into, I believe the population was about 550. Mr. Stone and I were discussing that momentarily. I believe it was about 550 in 1968. And when I took over the mayor's job, I found out that about 50% of the people that lived out here was anywhere from 30 to 90 days behind with this rusty water bill. So we sent out a notice that you had 30 days to pay your bill or have your water cut off. So the next council meeting, there's a fellow, and by the way, that was in this room right here, I believe. Is that right, Joe? Did we buy that building the first year I was in here, this building we're in now?
Probably so.
This man said, "I'm gonna whip you." And so I never was a fighter in my life. So there's a fellow, one of my neighbors that moved in and sitting back there. He said, "That's why Mr. Davis said, you're going to the bed." He said, "I'll take care of this fellow." So he got up to get him, and this other guy went out the side door. So he caused no trouble. Among other things in there, we found that they had about over $19,000 in the bank. It was all in a checking account. So we moved that into a savings account, except for very few dollars, I don't remember now. But, oh yes, my home that I live in now is all electric. And the light bill, the TP&L gave me was $36 a month. That lasted for about 2 or 3 years. You know what my light bill was last month? $189. Chief Stone was the fire chief out here. Everybody loved him. Everybody liked him. And we hate to see Chief Stone get out of the city business. Our police protection out here was run by the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. And if I remember, about 3 days a week, the deputy sheriff would drive out here and drive around a little bit. And there was not too much on the other side of the highway over there, not too many buildings. Most of it was over on this side, if I remember correctly. And in Sachse Ranch Estate Edition, which incidentally was the first edition built out here, I believe I'm right. Is this right? And I built the first house on my street. So anyway, that was the protection we had out there. Today we have an excellent police department. We have a very fine fire department. And I'm proud of a number of things that took place out here. One is that during this about 13 months that I sat in the mayor's office, by the way, we didn't have this nice up here, Mr. Mayor. We wasn't this nice up here. We just had a desk and a bunch of food and chairs. All right, we discussed the possibility of Sachse having a number one sewer system. the #1 water department. We worked on it and secured information that I think that the results of it is our water department today and our sewer system is good. And I could stop there, but I won't. I feel like that we are being imposed upon by the city of Garland. Garland's a nice town. We spend a lot of money in Garland. It's a nice place, and I repeat, I have a lot of friends there. But Garland has always wanted Sachse. Anybody want to agree with that? They've always wanted Sachse. I think if we would allow them to annex Sachse today, maybe some of our troubles would stop. But I'm not for Garland having Sachse. I don't want Garland to have Sachse. I want to stay here. When I moved out here, I was going to stay here as long as the Lord let me live. And that's the way I still feel about it. So we worked on this, and I'm very proud that we were able to get something started, and today we have this system. And I won't get off on this sewer business because I just don't think I should. I will say this, that last fall, I believe it was, I wrote the mayor of Garland a letter. I never met this lady. By the way, she's not here, I don't guess. I told her that I said, I've been in Sachse a number of years, and when I moved out here, the traffic on Highway 78 was just normal. I said, today sometime I have to wait 5 or 6 minutes to even get on the highway from where I live. I said, I would appreciate you using your influence on helping get 78 at least developed into at least 4-lane highway. Well, I made a mistake, and I said on the bottom of my postscript, I said, regardless of the fact that Garland's trying to use their Sachse for a place to dump their garbage, I said, we still have to use this highway to come into Garland where we spend our money. I guess I shouldn't have said that. She didn't answer my letter. No. But anyway, I want to tell you that I haven't been here as long as a lot of you have. I've been here a lot longer than some of you. But I'm all for our little town out here. I think it's a nice, clean, quiet town. And in spite of the high cost we paid for sewage, by the way, mine went up $2 a month. It's still a nice town. I like it. And I had my home up for sale for a couple of years, and it didn't sell. And finally, we went to California at the request of my friend and wife's daughter. I couldn't take it in California. We stayed out there 4 months, and I came back, took my house off the market, and it is not for sale. So I appreciate being out there. Now, this has nothing to do with Sachse, but someone gave it to me, and I thought it would fit in around here. I think, is our police chief here? He's not here. Well, I think we have an excellent police department. I think they're very fine. Someone gave me this, and I thought in closing I would read this to you. This is pretty good. It said, you were driving 55. Then when I came up behind you, you started doing 75, the highway trooper said to the elderly farmer. The farmer said, yes, I know, the farmer replied. My wife ran off with a highway patrolman, and when I saw you coming behind me, I thought you were bringing her back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. We appreciate your comments. Our next speaker will be Mr. Joe Stone. As I said before, Mr. Stone was born and raised in Sachse. He was instrumental in setting up the fire department. He was our fire chief for a number of years since retired. We appreciate him. He's on the board of directors of the Sachse Historical Society and has been instrumental in putting this together. He serves as our treasurer. I'll bring him up now, Mr. Joe Stone.
Thank you, Pat. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I was born in Sachse 63 years ago in February. Although I did move away for a short period of time, but me and my wife came back 25 years ago. And they asked me today if I would speak on the old schoolhouse, as we call it now, that's up here on DeWitt, which all the heavy equipment sets around. I I may be a year or two off in my thinking or my memory, because I was only 7 or 8 years old back when I'm going back to it. But I don't remember the 3-story schoolhouse that was here at that time. All right, I may have went to it, but I just don't remember. And my recollection goes back to about the time when this new schoolhouse was built, somewhere around 37 or 38. Is that right, Ms. Hudson? But I'm going by when I left here to go to Garland. But all the children, which was only about 30 or 35 in my memory, we went down to Mangum School. At Mangum School and Highway 78 or Levon Drive, in that grove of trees that are still standing, there was a one-room schoolhouse there. And all the students here went to that school down there while this present building was being built. And I think that it was built by the CC camp in those days. They didn't have nothing else for them to do, so they built a school. And we were down there 1 year, I believe, and then came back to the new schoolhouse, which was all brand new. And it was, I believe, had 3 classrooms, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 and 5, and 6 and 7. We had 3 teachers, to the best of my memory, and the principal, he taught the class too, which was Mr. Johnson. And as Ms. Hudson spoke on the brown bagging or the paper sack and syrup buckets, we did the same thing then. We had in one little room at the far end, we had where we left our lunches, and had a screen wire, cage made out of screen wire that we left our lunches in, so the flies and such wouldn't get on. And right beside of it was another little room. It was our cafeteria, I guess you might call it, where we sit down and eat. And one of the things that was allowed mostly for the 7th graders, 7th grade was as high as it went here. Then we went to Garland to go to high school. At that time, we only had 11 grades of school. And most of the time, the 7th grade boys got to pump the water. We didn't have running water. We had the well is still out in front of the building at this time. But we had it looked like the Capitol. Not the Capitol, but Austin, the Alamo was shaped kind of like that. It had drinking troughs on each side with spigots, and it had a pump in there. If we were good boys in the class, we got to go out and pump it up. Fill up the tank so that the rest of the kids could have something to drink. And one thing that does stick in my mind real well is the auditorium, which it had a red or purple velvet draw curtain come across like this, and then on the inside it had a roll down curtain with advertisements on it. All the merchants bought ads on that, and we've always having a play of some kind or something, it seemed like. And pie suppers, I remember the pie suppers. You call them bake sales now, I think. But they had pie suppers, and they would sell the pies. The ladies would bring the pies, and people would buy them, and they'd eat them right there most of the time. And one of the things that the boys always got paddles for was, as Miss Hudson said, outdoor plumbing. I don't guess anybody in Sachse had septic systems at that time, but
Yes, we did.
well, I well, we called them toilets in them days. And one of the favorites that some of the boys like to do, and me included occasionally, as the girls would go to the restroom or to the toilet, we like to get out there and throw rocks at them. Well, they'd run right straight to Mr. Johnson, and we would get a pat. I If I see somebody that may remember some of those things. But those were what they called the good old days. We did ride the school bus then. The Garland school bus came by, which most of us called it a box. It was just as square as it could be, all the way around. And one day, my dear brother, who's 2 years younger than I am, he decided that he was going to let the school bus run over his foot. Well, he did, but it stopped right on top of him. And you should have seen that bus driver come out of there. Fortunately, it didn't break anything, it just smashed him. And my class graduated, which we got diplomas from the 7th grade. And in 1940, and then we went to Garland High School. And the new schoolhouse only lasted about 2 more years or so, 3 maybe at the most. At that time, you could transfer to Garland for, I believe, $8 or $10 a month or a year to go to school, and most of the students here had transferred to Garland even to the elementary school. So the school was closed down pretty shortly thereafter. And I believe it stayed vacant for quite a while. And then at some point back there, when the city was trying to organize and incorporate and such, the county owns the building at that point and offered it to the city for $3,000. But they wasn't $3,000 in all of Sachse at that time. Anyway, they didn't buy it. And then Johnson Manufacturing Company in Wiley now make children's clothes, I believe. They moved into the building. This is where they started, and stayed there for a short period of time, and then moved to Wiley. And then someone bought the building, I guess, and turned it into an apartment house. Divided the classrooms up, and I don't know just how long people did live in there, but there was people living there for quite a while. And the present owner purchased it something like 18 or 20 years ago, and now uses it as a repair shop for his heavy equipment. And that's about the story that I've got on the old Sachse schoolhouse. It is still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Does anyone have any questions of any of our 3 speakers? I'll open it up for questions now. Anyone have any questions they'd like to direct at any of our 3 speakers about the past? Yes, sir.
I'd like to know where the one making the cellar or something with Williams actually stayed in. I'd like to know where it's located. I'd like to see it.
Marilyn, I'll let you field that one.
You'd have to talk to Woodrow Sachse. He owns that property now. It's up at the corner of the Whitten Ranch Road. I called him, but he's in very poor health.
It's called the Wet Ranch Road.
That's where William Sachse first built his home, at the corner of the Whitten Ranch Road. Is he called the ranch the Lone Oak Ranch?
Lone Elm.
Lone Elm Ranch. Okay. Any other questions? If not, at this time, I'll take some time to speak a little bit more about the Historical Society and introduce our board members and our officers. As I mentioned, I'm Pat Boyd. I'm the president. Our secretary is Lloyd Henderson, the city manager. See the treasurer, Joe Stone. See another board member at the back, Randy Glover. Another member at the back, Marilyn Dow. Ms. Joyce Andre, just went in the kitchen to work on our refreshments. Mary Eileen Jones is a board member. Ms. Alma Ingram is also a board member. Let's see if I missed anyone. Kay Ashley is also a board member. She's not present with us today. But as I said, the Historical Society was formed to preserve historical objects and data representative of Sachse as the city was established and has developed, so that the community's heritage may be kept alive and available to the public. Any person or business interested in the objectives of this organization may become a member upon payment of dues. The annual due shall be $10 for individual or family membership and $50 for corporate membership. The due shall be payable at the time of enrollment and January 1st of each successive year. The annual meeting of the organization will be held the third week of January, as it is this year. The Sachse Historical Society is a registered corporation in the state of Texas. All donations will become the sole property of the corporation and will be available to the public as the space will permit. We have presently at this time a display that was brought and shown by Miss Mary Eileen Jones, who is a great-granddaughter of William Sachse. At this time, I'll bring her up to the podium to kind of explain what the display is so we can all take a few minutes and look at it a little bit later. Mary?
I fall somewhere between Cleo and Joe on this school business, in between the three-story frame that Cleo talked about and the one that's there now that Joe talked about. There was a little red brick schoolhouse. Now I went to that one, just to keep the record straight on schools. Our display today, you will notice we have brought the archives copy of the original land grant deed to William Sachse. In the legal description mentioned on that deed, it is noted that his property was adjacent to the property of Daniel Herring. Daniel Herring and William Sachse were the only two original landowners in this area that stayed here, and that was through a lot of persistence and even more hard work. Their families, each of them is in 6th and 7th generation still living in this area. William Sachse was a young man, just in his middle 20s when he came to Sachse. Daniel Herring was older, a more mature man. A middle son of William Sachse's second marriage was J.K. Sachse, and he married the eldest granddaughter of Daniel Herring. That is the focus of our exhibit today, living in Sachse 100 years ago. Aside from the hat that is displayed, which belonged to William Sachse, and which was a memento of his father that was kept by J.K. Sachse, all the other items on display were in the 1890s home of J.K. and Molly Sachse. Their first home was located on DeWitt Road, just north of Ranch Road, which was mentioned a few minutes ago. J.K. and Molly were a wonderful couple. They were keenly intelligent, forward-looking, and civic-minded. Their property extended from 544 to this area. In fact, J.K. Sachse owned most of the property north of the railroad that's on the original Sachse City plot. The pictures that are displayed are of William Sachse and Martha Sachse. Those are originals, they're not copies. Every picture that's exhibited today is an original picture. The interior shot is of the house that we mentioned that was on DeWitt Road north of Ranch Road. The globe that is to the left by the hat is an original kerosene lamp globe, and you will see in the picture it was in the center of that room, served as a chandelier. The several pieces of furniture in that picture still exist in our family. The picture next to that is a very young picture of Nell Herring, who was Molly's younger sister. It also is an interior shot made at that same house in the 1890s. And then the final picture is of J.K. and Molly shortly after their wedding. They moved to Sachse, 5937 DeWitt, early this century, just after the turn of the 1900s. 5937 DeWitt, which is my mother's present address. It was because that they saved the nicer things that they had, and my mother in turn preserved them, and were able to exhibit them today. I would now like if all descendants of Sachse and Herring family that are present to stand up so we can see how many we have here. That's wonderful. I made a bunch of cousins call yesterday, and other cousins promised to call other cousins, and it makes me very proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Eileen. I might mention one other time, we are in interested in memberships, I have at the front here some applications for membership. If you already are a member, there's some renewal forms. We're in our second year. If anyone's interested, either contact themselves, pick up the form, or contact any of the other board members. We'd love to have you as a member. Also up front is a copy of our bylaws if anyone would like to look those over. At this time, I'll dismiss this program and we'll break for some punch and some cookies and some displays and just in general visit. I appreciate your attention and we're dismissed. Thank you.
Thanks for the hospital.
Thank you.
I
just knew about the taking, making it morning, man.
I'd have to get through better.
But I didn't want to plan for it.
Get her own stuff out.
I'm going to spring on that. Good to see you.
All right, you take care of yourself.
Maybe Joe had mentioned.
Good to see you. Bye-bye.
I talked to Carol, and he said, yeah, but not now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sure.
That's okay. These times had it kind of, we got about 6 of them.
Whoa. Tell me when you're ready. This is an exhibit from a century ago for the Sachse Historical Society. Here we have an archives copy of an original deed from the state of Texas to William Sachse. This is his hat, which was preserved by his son, J.K. Sachse, as a memento of his father. It is size 678 and has a Sanger Brothers label in it. The lamp globe is the one pictured in the center picture. It is part of a kerosene hanging lamp in the 1890s home of Molly and J.K. Sachse. The first picture displayed is William Sachse. The second one is his wife, Martha Frost Sachse. The center picture is an interior shot, which is rather rare in those days, of J.K. and Molly Sachse's home on DeWitt Street just north of Ranch Road. Pictured are J.K. and Molly's younger sister, May. The next picture is Nell Herring, age 3. She was a younger sister of Molly and May. The picture had been made in the same house as the other interior shot. The final picture on the end is J.K. and Molly Sachse about the time of their wedding in the early 1890s. Starting from the other end, the telescope was used by J.K. Sachse for many years. On horseback or later when he had a truck and a car, he would stop and look at his field hands from afar, and then he would drive up to them and know immediately which ones had been leaning on the hoe or playing off in some manner. And they were never able to figure out how Mr. Sachse knew that they weren't working. The picture viewer was a fixture in their living room in the 1890s. The spoon holder and sugar bowl and the toothpick holder were dining room objects, and the red beads toward this end were worn by Molly Sachse. We still have the original box and the blue cotton that they were stored in when she bought them.
We'll go ahead and get started with our invocation given by Pastor Max Kennedy, Park Lake Baptist Church, right here in beautiful Sachse, Texas.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the time that you've given us, Lord, and we thank you so much for these people who have gathered today. Lord, we ask you to help us continue to be grateful for our history. Lord, we are so thankful for the heritage that we have as a city, Lord, as a people together here. I'm thankful for the work, the hard work that's been put in by those who really care about our history. And Lord, we pray that you give that burden to more and more people. Lord, we know there would be no history without you because it is your story. And We just acknowledge your presence, acknowledge your love. And we just ask that Jesus Christ be lifted up in this city. Lord, there would be many, many people come to know you personally as a result of the testimony of those who went before us. Lord, help us to remember, help us to never forget the wonderful love that you showed us in your Son, Jesus Christ, on the cross. Lord, we love you and we thank you today. We ask your blessings upon what's about to take place. For in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Is he what we call a fundamentalist?
Standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to both of our flags. We'll start with the pledge to the American flag, and I always have to explain this to everyone. Remember, there's no comma after a nation, okay? One nation under God. There's never been a comma there. We're not going to put one in today. And then our next pledge will be to the Texas flag, so join me now.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one and indivisible.
When do the books get presented? I don't know. I don't have an agenda.
Thank you, ladies. These ladies are members of the Awana Club, the Wiley Bible Church. Awana stands for Approved Workmen Are Not Ashamed. It's a program based on the verse in 2 Timothy 2:15, which says, "To study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth." These children participate in scripture memorization and learning the Word of God and applying it to their lives. At this time, we'd like to have some special selected readings by our very own Mr. N.W. Ogle. Mr. Ogle.
I've always heard that flattery is all right if you don't swallow it, it's just wish it out. After hearing music here, I'm almost afraid to read any of my poetry, but I will anyway. This one's entitled Nostalgia. The dusty road winds onward, past old familiar scene. The pink and white of cotton bloom, adjacent cornfields green. Tinkle of cowbells serenade as up the meadow lane. Trudge weary farmers homeward bound, it's milking time again. White picket fence stands guard about the fading farmhouse lot. Front yard ablaze with myriad hue, the petunia, rose, forget-me-not. Lilac bordered entry gate, unfettered by chain or lock, gives passage to a weathered walk, Miss Buttercup in full clock. The well house shades a welcome spring, soft cedars here abound. Sweetest waters flow beneath that anywhere are found. Fragrance of home-baked bread wafts out across the way. Voices sound within the door. There's rest at the end of day. Deprive me not my pleasant thoughts. Though all these things are missing, they're just as vivid in my mind as I sit reminiscing. And I have a little bit that my wife and I have been involved with poetry Mockingbird chapter in McKinney for over 20 years in the state and national. And we meet at the carriage house back of the Herd Crag Mansion just off of downtown Old Courthouse Square. And Art Club meets there at a different time. And once a year, they select one of their paintings and make photographs of it and share it with our poetry club. And anybody with enough nerve to think that they can write something that the picture depicts, or if you already have one. So I have one that carries me back, even though the lady gave me the photograph and said, "This is an old red barn." And I looked at it and I said, "That's not a red barn, that's a railroad station." And so that carried me back to when J.C. Ledbetter and I were neighbors and grew up together and walked the railroad to school. That was especially if it had been raining. Those roads were purely mud. And anyway, he'll probably remember more of it than I did. I imagine he could have done a better job. But I titled it Ashton Peak and Santa Fe. Sight of a venerable railroad station brings back a flood of memories to me in this contrasting, fast-paced, small world. Walking the railroad to a three-teacher country school to avoid the muddy, sometimes almost impassable road. Challenging the snakes and tortoises for our share of the wild dewberries on either side of the track in the spring. Moving well aside for the hissing, clanking steam locomotives to pass. Remembering the countless hobos who rode the freight trains or frequently walked the tracks, sold meager possessions, tied in a bag swinging from a stick over the shoulder. They often stopped to beg a handout from impoverished farmers who usually had the compassion to accommodate. The lonely sounds of a train whistle reverberating on crisp winter night air are stamped indelibly in my mind. I wouldn't wish for a return to those days of depression, but I would welcome a slower-paced time with morals and values again openly expressed. I'll read you one more and I'll let you get on to better things. This is titled In Retrospect. Gone the scenes that I once knew, where secret succulent berries grew. Shaded lane, long since forgotten, missing too the fields of cotton. Where farmhouse so proudly stood, now crumbling brick, decaying wood. Fragrance of lilac bush no more, nor trellis vine beside the door. Leaning windmill and rest reposes, base entwined with running roses. Wheels still faithfully groans and creaks, the labored tank endowed with leaks. Fences fallen, posts askew, barbed wire tangled sadly too. Abandoned fields barren now, unencumbered by hoe or plow. Stately oaks now gnarled and broken, false return of words once spoken. My friends departed through passing years, memories steeped in misty tears. I don't know how or why I should, but granted power so that I could. My calendar would quickly disappear, the clock turned back to bygone year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogle. And he does have a book out too. I don't know if he brought any of them today, but I'm sure we can twist his arm to sell a few copies. Well, I want to welcome everyone here today. We're kind of a smaller crowd than normal, and there's probably two reasons for that. Number one, we did not publicize this year's annual meeting like we did last year. And number two, we decided to dispense with our essay contest that we normally have. And the board made that decision. But I dare say that the board will not make that same mistake decision next year, and we'll probably have our essay contest back again. But now comes the business meeting portion of our well, first of all, I want to be sure and welcome any special guests, give any special recognition. I do see one of our astute members of our Planning and Zoning Commission in the crowd, who is also a member of the Historical Society, Mr. Charles Spray. Thank you for coming out. And his wife, Lori. And I see a previous member of our Planning and Zoning Commission, Mr. Paul Conant. Thank you for coming out too, sir. And we do have the media here. The press is here. The Wiley News is represented. Ms. Patty Montagno. So. Be nice to her. She may take your picture. Okay, now we'll move on to the business portion of our meeting. If you are currently a member, not a board member, not just a board member, but currently a member of the Historical Society, you will be allowed to vote on these issues. But we'll get through this business portion next, and then we'll go on to the as Mr. Earl will put the more fun stuff. So, first of all, we'll have the treasurer's report. If I could ask our treasurer, Mr. Joe Stone, to come give us a report.
For the benefit of those who did not receive a copy of this, as of January the 1st of 2000, we had $2,341.77 in our bank account. We had income during the year of $210 from membership dues, $1,075 from donation, and sales of miscellaneous items of $890. We had expenses, $442.06. As of December the 31st of year 2000, beginning this year, we had $4,074.88 in our banking account. The donations this year was $1,075. The biggest donation that contributed to that was the Fall Fest Committee gave us $975 to purchase a carport type for our fire truck that we're going to restore last year, or in the future. I said last year, but no, we're going to do it in the future. Yeah, we were going to do it last year, but never got around to it. Would there be any questions on anything that in the treasury report that I might answer that I didn't specify here?
Did anyone want to make a sizable donation? Okay, you've heard the treasurer's report as printed by our treasurer, Mr. Joe Stone. Do I hear a motion to approve the treasurer's report as presented?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Bob Jones. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Mary Eileen Jones. All in favor of approving the treasurer's report as presented by Mr. Joe Stone, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Treasury report is passed unanimously. Okay, our next item of business is to elect new board members and officers for the Sachse Historical Society. If you picked up off the back table or received in the mail a report from the nomination committee, it says members and alternate members. This is actually talking about board members now. Our bylaws allow us to have up to 11 board members, and then we amended the bylaws, if you recall last year, we can also have up to 3 alternate members. So the report from the nomination committee for board membership, they've nominated myself, Paul Head, Bob Jones, Louise Conant, Joe Stone, Eberhard Herman, Mr. Jeff Haupt, Ms. Hazel Gregory, Mr. Noble Ogle, Mr. Randall Cooper, and Helen and J.C. Ledbetter. For alternates, the nomination committee has recommended Ms. Mary Eileen Jones, Rita Head, and Carol Jones. And should I wait for this train to get by? Welcome to Sachse. The nomination committee recommended, despite my this would have been perfect last year with Councilman Stalker's Railroad Pocket Watch presentation. Okay, despite my kicking and screaming and over my objections, the nominations committee this year recommended to re-elect me as president. I was protesting against that one, not the rest of them. Bob Jones for vice president, Louise Conant for secretary, Mr. Joe Stone as treasurer, and yeah, that would be the officers. So does everybody understand who the board members are recommended now for nomination, and who the officers are recommended for nomination? And is there anybody that would like to, from the floor, amend this recommendation, or any suggestions to subtract or add or delete, or do I hear a motion to accept the nomination committee's report? Motion by Ms. Sue Dillard to accept the report from the nominations committee. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Carol Jones. All in favor of accepting the nominations committee report for the new board members and officers, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay. Well, just to wake everybody up, would the new board members please stand up? It would be Paul Head, Bob Jones, Louise Conant, Joe Stone, Eberhard Herman, Jeff Haupt, Hazel Gregory, Noble Ogle, Randall Cooper, and Mr. and Mrs. Ledbetter. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our new board members. Next item of business is a word about what we did in 2000. I guess probably one of the biggest hits, one of the neatest things we did in 2000 was put together our Sachse Historical Society Y2K calendars. These were calendars that showed some of the pictures of the old homes that were in Sachse, some of the old architecture. Unfortunately, I don't guess any of them are still standing, but we were able to sell some of these at Fall Fest and give some away. And, really, the drawings I think originally came from Mary Eileen Jones's book, Sachse Remembered. And, very interesting. The pictures are actually suitable for framing, so we got a lot of those out distributed. We had the book about the Herring family that was donated to the library. We also participated in Fall Fest again this year. I believe we donated, was it 1 or 2 t-shirts, Patty? Anyway, we donated some shirts to Fall Fest. 2 of them, okay. And the Fall Fest committee actually awarded us, as Joe mentioned, $975 for the purchase of an 18 by 24 metal carport, which we hope to use to put the 1948 Aaron's Fox fire engine under when we get to restoring it, as well as where we'll display it at the museum site along with other old farm implements and artifacts. So we're very grateful for that donation. We got a lot of exposure this past year from the Chamber of Commerce. One of our newest board members, Mr. Haupt, his wife works in that caboose, and so she's given us a lot of exposure and tried to sell a lot of our t-shirts and I think and one of our coverlets. We also donated one of our coverlets, which you see on the back table there, to the Chamber banquet. We also had input this past year into the comprehensive master plan. Sachse is looking at trying to, Sachse has hired a consultant and is looking to the citizens to determine how the rest of the build out of our town will look. And the Historical Society has a key part in the input of this comprehensive master plan. And we're fortunate to have Mr. Jeff Haupt, who has represented us on the steering committee. He'll be giving us a brief report on that later on. We also had input into where Highway 190 is going to go, the extension of the George Bush Turnpike. Part of it will go through Sachse, and so everybody's excited, I guess, about that in many different ways. And a few different members have given input there. Sue Dillard has represented us, as well as myself and others. The Pleasant Valley Cemetery Association, I believe they're getting a historical marker, and there may be a ceremony sometime where we'll get to see that presented. Then there's the museum. We still have an agreement with the city for the old brick annex building over by the cemetery, which one day will be a museum, I think, in my lifetime. The year before last, we went ahead and put down a rock pad for display of old farm implements. We've looked at different architect renderings and maybe turning it into looking like an old prairie-style home. We've done several things, but in the meantime, we've also been informed that we need to be in compliance with city codes and zoning standards. So I can't believe how time flies. Believe it or not, this time last year we were actually beginning the process of getting an SUP, it's a special use permit through the city to have our museum. We got the city to designate a specific museum classification in their zoning, and now we're in the process of trying to get the SUP for outside display. One of the issues, I guess the primary issue, is probably liability and insurance issues. And even though it seems quite frustrating that we're still getting further and further away from getting to this museum, there are some good reasons that we're not there yet, and we need to be sure and address some of these insurance liability issues, and as well as look at a museum policy. Mr. Eberhard Herman has given us a lot of insight from some of the meetings he's attended as to what we need to do to put together a museum policy. The City Council was very gracious to reduce the fee. There's normally a $400 fee to make application for an SUP. They reduced it down to $50, so we're grateful for that. And going into 2001, that is one of our main objectives, is to try to make this museum a reality. We've already got Amtrak cars going through our town, so it would have been nice to have, you have the caboose out there. If Charles would get his funeral home finished, if we get the museum finished, it would have been nice to have something that they could see and say, hey, that's Sachse when they go through their town. But we'll get there. The 1948 Aaron's Fox fire engine that Joe took to many a fire up until the mid to late 80s is still rotting away in a field. I didn't finish cleaning up my toys today, so my wife let me go ahead and bring my Aaron's Fox with me if you want to see what it looks like. We would like to make that, restore that drivable condition, have it a little more presentable for outside display at our museum site. And hopefully we'll get there also. We're really, again, grateful to the Chamber for this donation to enable us to not only put up a structure where we can do the restoration of the fire truck and be in compliance with code and city ordinances, but we'll also have a structure where we can display it once it is restored. We also want to try to identify any and all remaining old structures, which there's just not that many left in this town, and at least identify and maybe somehow mark some of the sites where some of these older structures once were. We hope to maybe compile a list. We will need our curator for a museum compile a list of what our town is looking for us to display in the museum. Maybe begin soliciting pictures. We have a few videotapes. In years past, the Historical Society has interviewed key folks that were part of the heritage of our town. We have some video of that. We're videotaping this meeting today, I think. We have last year's on videotape, which we will play after we adjourn. Hopefully we'll get some of these tapes edited together and maybe put together just a nice little package of the history of our town. We're also contributing to the city's website. Believe it or not, Sachse does have a website, cityofsachse.org, I believe, something like that. And we're going to be contributing more to that piece of the website. Councilman Scott Stauffer keeps reminding me that he's very interested in the railroad history of our town. As you remember from last year, he had a really beautiful display of railroad pocket watches. And maybe we can coax him at some point to organize some kind of a study of the importance of the railroad through our town. And if you picked up one of the big sheets of paper back there that kind of gives a history of Sachse, you see a little picture of William Sachse's lumber wagon, not a chuck wagon, right? Lumber wagon. And we hope maybe at some point to get a hold of that also for display. So a lot of things we want to do. It just takes members, it takes time, it takes the volunteers of everybody who wants to participate. So those are kind of things on the burner. Okay, and now just a quick word about a few of the items we have on display. Believe it or not, the only thing we'll try to sell you today is if you're not a member, we'd like to sell you a membership. Memberships are $10 for a family membership. You can get with Joe Stone, our treasurer, or you can sign up back there at the back table. We also have a few of the real beautiful coverlets, Sachse coverlets available. They're $39.95 each. And also on display, we have some old photo albums. We have past President Mr. Lloyd Henderson put together compiled a scrapbook of the history of Highway 78. We brought that for display today. We have a compilation of the caboose and how we ended up getting the caboose for the Chamber of Commerce. That's over here to look at. Some, what do they call it, farrier equipment. I just call it horseshoeing tools. What else? Anybody else bring anything? It's a show and tell time. Looks like I see a map back there. So, and Ms. Mary Eileen Jones brought a few things too, which I'm sure she'll be happy to tell you about. We'll have the video from last year running during the time we adjourn. I'll have my 1948 Aaron's Fox sitting up here along with some more information about the Aaron's Fox fire engine. And that brings us to presentation time. The books. Rita, Karen. She come up to Karen. Again this year, well, back up a little bit. We have money that's been donated to the Historical Society, kind of as an endowment, and we every year use that. Well, in theory, we use the interest on that endowment to purchase books for the library. Seems like every year that I've been involved in the Historical Society, we've gone way over and above the amount of interest that endowment provides to purchase books for the library. And this year, again, I'm just really thrilled and pleased with this board's decision to buy a bunch of books. We're going to have a new library being built. I think we're going to be tripling the size of our existing library space-wise. Oh, doubling, okay. Get carried away, sorry. Tripling the size of the police station, I guess, something like that. Doubling the size of the library. And there are quite a few books about some of the different ethnic heritages in our state. The Germans and I guess the Swedes. And, well, Drea, why don't you and Karen come tell us a little bit about these books? Can you grab a few of them?
Rita's worked with me the past few years to select items. She's been a delight to work with, and we together decided that we would concentrate on particular aspects of Texas history or toward a particular audience. For example, last year we concentrated on books for youth. This year we decided to concentrate on all the different ethnic backgrounds that make us Texans. And I think we got a total of about 18 or 19 items, all concerning the fact that Texas is an ethnic melting pot. There are a number of selections covering German Americans, African American Texans, Greek Texans, Japanese Texans, Swedish Texans, Polish Texans, you name it, they're over there. Thanks to you. We've never had, these books have existed for a long time, but our library has never had the funding to purchase any of them. So in one fell swoop, you filled a tremendous void, and we truly appreciate it.
Yeah? Yes. Hold up.
That is.
Yeah.
And we're kind of saying that's, I guess, one of our excuses for not having the essay contest. We wanted to really present a lot more books to the library this year, so trying to make up some excuses. We'll probably have the essay contest next year. Okay, at this time, Mr. Jeffrey, would you like to just give us a few words about what is happening with the city's comprehensive master plan and and your involvement and what that means to Sachse and to the Historical Society, to all of us in this room. I appreciate it. And if this is too buzzy, you don't have to use it, or you can pick it up.
Well, I've got a boisterous voice, so that'll Well, I appreciate everyone joining us here today. The committee that I've been appointed to, representing the Sachse Historical Society, basically is a steering committee that develops a comprehensive plan for Sachse. Basically looking at in the future for the next 10 to 20 years how we would like to see our community. Basically on zoning and planning, things that'll help the Sachse, city of Sachse grow in the way that the citizens of Sachse would like to see it. And of course we've inputted quite a bit of input from the citizens of Sachse, which started in April of last year. This has been somewhat of a long process. We're not quite where we would like to be, but we're hoping to get there soon. Right now, we've, here in the past month or so, we've had some neighborhood meetings and so forth to give the citizens of Sachse an idea of where we're at in the land use map and things of that sort. And of course, that raised quite a few eyebrows and some of the maps and so forth. And a lot of that was due to miscommunication as far as what was actually shaded what color and so forth. So there really wasn't anything to be real alarmed about. And hopefully we explain that well to the citizens of Sachse. But we're currently in the process of developing and completing the land use map. And basically what that is to signify what areas of Sachse and what the use of that land will be used out in the future. Now, if some of those things are changing from its existing use today to what we would like to see it in the future, it doesn't mean we're going to wipe out what's existing. We're going to make sure that we continue to grow the way the citizens want to do that. The main things, the goals that we wanted to make sure that we kept, of course, was keep Sachse a small bedroom type community, as well as having sure that we retain our country atmosphere. And we're hoping with the committee that we have put together, we're able to sustain that. Like I said, right now we're still in the process of finalizing the land use map, which I have brought some copies if y'all would like to take a look at that. And I will explain some of the mistakes on the color coding and so forth. In the next couple of months, we're going to be working the historical value of Sachse. We haven't quite gotten to that aspect of it yet, but we're hoping this coming month, as well as next month, we'll get more into the historical portion of this committee. And as a representative of the Historical Society, I want to definitely solicit some input from the group and to make sure that we fulfill or to protect the historical value of Sachse. In closing, like I said, we're still in the process of doing the land use map, getting all that taken care of, which of course this is the older land use map that was done in the early 90s? 1986. 86. So there's a lot of changes compared to what's on the wall. And like I said, if you'd like to take a look at it, I'd be glad to show you that map, and as well as the 190 thoroughfare. From our last meeting, they still haven't decided if there's going to be a southern route or a northern route of the 190. We're hoping they'll take the southern route because that will help us develop a bigger tax base for Sachse. The northern.
Southern Sachse, northern route.
Yeah, that's correct. Southern Sachse, northern route. But as you say, they go through several different renditions of these maps. So we're trying to make sure that we continue the help bolster our tax base so that the homeowners aren't totally taking the brunt of the tax rate. And as I said, if you could please provide any input
how you would like to see the historical sites maintained, that sort of boundaries, please contact me. Or contact some of the members within the Historical Society so that we can get together and make sure that those views and concerns are expressed during these committee meetings. And like they've quoted, and it's just become more apparent the older I get, is that I'm finding out that without the history, there is no future. So hopefully we can maintain that history.
Jeff, what is the street meeting?
The next meeting is April 5th. It's the first Thursday of every month. Yeah, and it's here in this building. And anyone's invited to come and visit with us and see what we're doing. There has been some heated conversations back and forth in the past. It does get interesting occasionally. So if you'd like to come join us and express your opinions, if you haven't been able to come into some of the neighborhood meetings, by all means, come and listen to see what happens and see what we've got planned. Don't be afraid to voice your concerns, because that's the only way that we can represent you as a citizen of Sachse in this committee. Excuse me.
Will this committee be meeting next week?
Next week, the 5th of April is when the next committee meeting is. That would be that's for the 190. Yeah, that's with the PNC, I believe. Okay. Thank you very much.
There's been a lot of work on that committee, Jeff. We really appreciate it. Now, which one of those routes though goes through Sue Diller's backyard? 190? Both or something? Okay. Well, now we come to our keynote speaker. I know Mary Eileen Jones has spent some time at the hospital last night, so so I appreciate her still being able to come out and talk with us. But Ms. Jones is a great-granddaughter of William Sachse, pictured up here, and also a great-granddaughter of Daniel Herring, two of our founding families. And she wrote the book, Sachse Remembered, a little blue book you see in the library, and asked her to just come tonight today and kind of share with us what's on her heart, the historical perspective of Sachse, and just want to turn the floor over to Ms. Mary Eileen Jones. Would you like to hold this microphone, or would you like to just do it? Okay. It's kind of getting fuzzy.
First, I'll say it wasn't I who was at the hospital. It was my 97-year-old mother. I got home about 4 o'clock this morning. She's home. She's fine. She's in probably better shape than the rest of us at this point, which we're very glad about. When Paul originally called and asked me to speak today, I said sure. And then I wondered, what will I talk about? And I decided perhaps to take the first 50 years, the first half century of Sachse. What was here in 1840, 1845? There were buffalo and deer, there were black bear, and there were an occasional Indian tribe. Now, up until a few years ago, when you were on the old Sachse Highway, the Van Davis Road as it's now known, you crossed Rowlett Creek, you came to what is now Bunker Hill Road, and you made a turn. In that curve could be seen numerous buffalo wallows. So that was a popular place at that time, Rowlett Creek, and that particular corner. I drove by there recently. It's completely grown up in brush, but I'll bet the buffalo wallows are still there because they were cleared up. That's the southern part of Sachse. In the northern part of Sachse on Maxwell Creek, which runs south of 544, it is well documented that there were numerous black bear. This was a beautiful, clear, rock-bottom, spring-fed stream in in my days. A good 4 or 5 generations of us would go and play in that water, wade in the water. But in their wisdom, the North Texas Water District decided to put a landfill in that exact spot. But that's where the black bears are known to have been. The itinerant Indian groups were, for the most part, the friendly Catos from East Texas. But most of you are familiar with the massacres that occurred in the Plano and McKinney areas in the mid-1840s. These were said to have been the nomadic Comanche tribes that resided in the panhandle of Texas. So there you have the picture, the black bear, the buffalo, the itinerant Indian. And at this time, the state of Texas was undergoing the 4th contract with what is known as Peter's Colony, or otherwise known as Texas Immigration and Land Company. When the settlers came to Sachse, they came on the 4th contract of Peter's Colony. And by this time, the organizers had run into all sorts of legal problems. We know the exact date that William Sachse and the exact date that Daniel Herring came to Sachse. William came January 15, 1845. Daniel came December 25th, Christmas Day, 1848. But you will find the original Texas land grants are dated in May 1854. That was because of the legal difficulties with the state. And it's interesting to note that the city of Dallas land grant also is dated in the spring of 1854. Many came. When it is said that William Sachse only had a few neighbors, it's really not true. Every 640 acres was taken by some settler. But the only 2 that remained in this area were William Sachse and Daniel Herring. Many of the others left, went to California. We have documented letters in the Sachse Act archives. People wrote back, "You have never known hardship until you've gone to California by land." That would have been attempting to take their herds to the desert lands. So William and David were here. Their first houses were very crude. William Sachse's, of course, is known to have been a dugout which he lined with logs. There were 3 rooms. Daniel Herring's first house was a log cabin. Now, the reason Peter's Colony's 4th contract was so popular, this was part of the Texas Blacklands, fertile land that grew good crops. But there were also streams with trees, which were very necessary, not only for firewood, but for their first construction. So William and Daniel and their families had their first houses, which were crude, but their 2 land grants joined each other. The northeast corner of Daniel's property joined the southwest corner of William's. In fact, they could signal to each other from their homes, and that must have been a comforting thought. Soon, however, they each built newer, more substantial houses. William went to the west of McKinney and hauled back rock. Being a German, of course, he was interested in a substantial rock home. It was L-shaped with the kitchen and the cooking fireplace on the north. The bedrooms were on the south. The rock walls were 18 inches thick, which made each room have window seats because of the width of the rock wall. He built his house directly over his 3 cellar rooms, and in the center section were steps that went down to the cellar rooms, which were used for storage. He would buy soda with a keg, lamp chimneys by the gross, and was reputed to have been very generous with friends and neighbors who happened to need any of the items that he stocked. Daniel's 2-story house was built of lumber. that he had to haul from East Texas. The nearest sawmill was Jefferson. It took 3 teams to pull one wagon through such areas as Muddy Creek Bottom right down here. My grandfather, who was Daniel's son, said it would often take an entire day to pull the 3 wagons with 3 teams each through, and they would eat their supper at the same campsite that they ate their breakfast. The main feature of Daniel's house was a fireplace 6 feet long, 5.5 feet tall, had an iron rod across it for the cooking pots. Of course, there were skillets and tea kettles, but one of their main cooking pots was a large iron covered receptacle, which was called an oven. We still have one of those iron tea kettles. So much for the first 2 houses and only 2 permanent houses in the 1840s, 1850s. The first commercial project in Sachse was the mill and gin that Mr. Sachse built directly across from his ranch house. This was the intersection, the northeast corner, intersection of Ranch Road and DeWitt or Maxwell Creek Road as it changes names in that area. It was operated by oxen and horses. So we ended the 1840s and the 1850s, and we came into the 1870s and 1880s. Times had changed by then. The steam engine replaced a steam engine driven gin, replaced the oxen powered gin and mill. The original one burned, and he immediately ordered and set up a steam operated one. And of course, the Civil War happened in the 60s. It's interesting to note that there was a voting box called the Maxwell voting box, which is the one that both William and Daniel would have voted at. And the vote was 54-7 for secession. Most of the men, 17 to 50, enlisted, and William Sachse did enlist. Daniel Herring was an older man. He was a mature man when he had come to Texas. In fact, he was a 7th generation American already by way of Virginia, 1620s, Carolinas, and through Illinois, and he had brought his mother with him to Texas. So he was over age for the Civil War. It's also interesting to note that it's documented that William Sachse had 5 slaves during the Civil War. Daniel Herring had none. But it's also a point of interest that as he came by way of Illinois to Texas, he stopped at St. Louis at the slave market and for $1,000 in gold coins bought the largest, strongest black man available to act as a bodyguard as his family came to Texas. So that does add a little interest, I think, to the Civil War story. Also during the 60s, Texas is famous for its cattle drives. And both William and Daniel found time to be their own trail boss, take their own herds, their own horses to Kansas City. After the Civil War, there were deserters from the Union Army and also ex-Union soldiers that were here, as were in, I guess, most of the southern states to a greater extent. One Herring family story is Daniel's son, Josh, and his sister, Martha, were on their way to town with one bale of cotton that they'd been able to save. Times were hard here following the Civil War for their family's clothes, and they were stopped by a Union soldier who attempted to take the bale of cotton away from them. But they were young teenagers, and Martha was a very fiery young lady, and she was so adamant about it that she talked the soldier out of not taking the cotton, and they got to town, and the family did have clothes out of baled cotton in the 1860s. There had been private schools. We'll go on to the 80s and the 90s now. There had been private schools here all along because both Daniel Herring and William Sachse were highly educated men. The school that the Sachse children, for the most part, attended would have been the Decatur School, which was just north of the ranch house, the William Sachse ranch house, south of 544. One of the schools that the Herring children is known to have attended was just east of Rowlett Creek, a one-room school. And of course, they paid tuition for the children to go to these schools. And the teachers were paid, for the most part, with land, because money was scarce again after the Civil War. The first public school in Sachse was at the corner of what is now Sachse Road and Billingsley Street, which is this direction. It was a one-room school. There was a blackboard at both ends. Half of the desk faced one direction, another half faced the other direction. The teacher divided the children according to age, with the younger ones facing one way and the older ones the other. And another interesting thing about that first school is it became a church on Sunday. And to me, the most amazing thing is the Christians met there in the morning, the Methodists in the afternoon, and both those churches still exist. The Christian church is the one that is now located down on Ben Davis Road near Highway 78. The Methodist church is the Pleasant Valley Methodist Church. The railroad, of course, was a big story in the 1880s. It went through a great many acres of both Daniel Herring and William Sachse's holdings. But Daniel had died in 1882. William was still alive, and he, being, I think, forever the entrepreneur, immediately gave 100-foot frontage to the Gulf Colorado and Santa Fe Railroad for frontage through his property. And they, in turn, named the town Sachse and gave him a lifetime pass on all their lines. They built a very fine depot. It was still there when I was a child, I remember it very well. And immediately put up the name Sachse on the end, S-A-X-I-E. And it remained that way. The postmark from the post office said Sachse. We still have some of those for several years. And then all of a sudden the sign went down and it became Sachse. Not spelled phonetically, but spelled in the Sachse way, right? One of the saddest things that happened during the 80s was to William Sachse. In those days, the tax assessors were not bonded by the state. They were bonded by citizens. And William Sachse agreed to bond the tax collector of Collin County. The tax collector absconded with all the money. It was a great deal of money, and the county required cash immediately. And in order to raise that much cash, because apparently William Sachse kept his money well invested, at times he owned property from Rockball to the east to the Peters Colony area on the west. In order to raise a great deal of cash very quickly, he sold property in downtown Dallas area, and he sold herds of very fine horses. But not to be, I suppose, gotten down. The railroad came through. That was exciting. You just heard that whistle. Can you imagine what that must have been like when it was a big black steam locomotive and when this was open prairie land for the most part? So William said he was just going to move down by the railroad and sit on the porch and watch the trains go by. So that he did. Most of his large family was grown and gone. He had one teenage son still at home at that point. And Sachse was way ahead of Dallas at that point. We had mass transit here in the 1880s. You could catch the train at 8 o'clock in the morning, ride to Dallas, go to the courthouse, take care of your business, or go over to Sanger Brothers and do a little shopping and catch the train back at 4 o'clock that very afternoon. Or if you had a social event in Dallas, you could catch the train at 6 p.m. in the evening, go to Dallas, spend the night, and return home at 10 o'clock the next morning. William Sachse died in 1899 and was the first person to be buried in the namesake Sachse Cemetery, for which he had given the land at the time that the survey was made for the city. Daniel, who I mentioned died in 1882, was buried in the family cemetery on East Texas land grant, and you can still see it as you go north on Murphy Road from Sachse. It has an iron grill work fence around it. So I hope you will remember the picture of Sachse 50 years before all this happened. Remember the Buffalo Wallace to the south, the Black Bear to the north, the occasional Indian that came through. And I will end with one of our family Indian stories. William Sachse kept missing corn from his corn crib. So he finally hid out there one evening, and he caught the Indian who was stealing his corn. And he indicated to him that he would do him no harm, but to come with him to his house, which the Indian did. And he gave him a very substantial supper, gave him back his corn. The Indian went on his way, and there was never any more corn stolen from any of the Sachse barns. I have brought just a few things. William's first barn was put together with these wooden pegs. This stood until the 1940s, when it was destroyed by fire. It was just north of Ranch Road on Maxwell Creek Road. It was destroyed by a tornado, and my dad was thoughtful enough to go up and pick up some of these pegs. The square iron nail, one of my elderly aunts who died just a few years ago at age 101, saved this for the inheritance house. The first map that was made by the railroad, this is a copy of the map that was made in 1886. Shows what the old part of Sachse consisted of, and how the streets were named. It says across here, Gulf, Colorado, and Santa Fe, William Sachse 2 Railroad Company. Then to absolutely end with, I said I was already ending. I think we have 2 small items that exemplify the 50-year period that we were talking about. This little coffee saucer, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, came by wagon train in the 1840s. It was, in case none of you here know, this was a nicety in those days. You set your coffee cup in this in order to saucer your coffee and cool it to drink. This came with a member of the Herring family. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we went through to the railroad. We rode the railroad to Dallas at 8 a.m. in the morning. We went to Union Station, and from there you could walk directly across the street and catch a streetcar to the State Fair of Texas. This was bought by Ethel Herring, 1900, the State Fair of Texas. And how did she get there on the train? She told me that by the time it got to Sachse, it was full, and they said, if you want to go to the fair, you'll have to get in the baggage car. And you can either sit on the floor or stand up. So she went to the State Fair and bought this. So here we are, 1840s to the 1900 period that we were talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. It's so fascinating. When you were talking earlier about the massacres in Plano McKinney area. I guess I was thinking about the developers that came in, but that was some years. The items that Ms. Jones brought on this table here, I would ask you, especially the children, please just look, don't touch. Especially the glass items are very, very valuable and irreplaceable. So I just really appreciate this presentation, Ms. Jones. Well, in closing, I guess I wanted to again give my thanks to Ms. Mary Ellen Jones, Jeff Haupt for the presentations. I want to thank the board members that served in the previous year. Devon Reed's not here. I want to give a special thanks to him, but he's here with me. Thank him personally. Eddie, thanks for coming out, representing the Wiley paper. Thank you also. You're very involved. You're involved in the chamber, and we really appreciate what they've done, as well as the Fall Fest committee you're involved in. For a great donation. We want to thank our musicians who are going to come and be playing for us after we adjourn. The Four Seasons. We have violinist Mr. James Gallagher and Hope Beeman, viola Emily Head, and cello. Jedediah. They'll be playing for us as we adjourn for refreshments. We'll also have the tape playing from last year's meeting, and we'll turn off this thing. And are there any questions or any comments or anything anybody would like to say before I entertain a motion for adjournment? Howard, did you have? Oh, okay. He was, I think, requesting special refreshments, but you know how the Germans are, right? Well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Joe Stone to adjourn the 2001 annual meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bob Jones. At the same time as Mr. Ledbetter. And saw your hand go up too. Mrs. Head, did you have a comment? Very well. We stand adjourned. Enjoy the fellowship refreshments. I think Mary wants to take some pictures. Okay. The newly elected board, you'd like to take pictures of us.
Without voting, I mean, yeah.
Time and date will be the third Saturday of each month, right here at 9 o'clock. So next month in April, the third Saturday, I'm not sure what that date is, 9 o'clock Saturday morning. Again, there'll be a public hearing in the Sachse Planning and Zoning Commission a week from tomorrow night Monday the 27th at 7 o'clock. And that public hearing will be to take citizen input and comments about changing the zoning to allow a museum in a public building and ultimately to get a special use permit for outside display of all of our artifacts. And other than that, let me see, make sure I cover everything here. I appreciate everyone coming out today. We have, in the back again, we have calendars for sale, $4 each, or for $10. T-shirts for $7.50, coverlets $39.95. We have some of the items donated on display. We will have refreshments back at this table. A couple of aerial photographs that are always fun to look at. Books that have been donated to the Historical Society. The essays that were part of the contest that will be fun to look at. The Highway 78 project. Of course, Councilor Stauffer's Pocket Watch collection. Please do not touch, just look. And we'll have over here some information about the Ayers Fox fire engine and a short videotape also going. So now for the fun part. Do I hear a motion for adjournment? Is there any other business first of all anybody wants to bring up?
Move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by former Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Bob Jones. And I guess we can have a second for that. Mary Eileen Jones. And all in favor of adjournment and socializing and looking at what we have, please say aye. Adjourn. Thank you.
That's what it takes special equipment. I've seen some beautiful pictures of watches and porcelain. I know it can be done. It's just every time I try, it doesn't work. It's hard.
sister, three kids.
Right.
All two kids. One was like Larry, but Larry said, I got it. She said, I think I
had a visit that week, so it was
It's actually, I'm on the council. Yeah. I live here. It's me on the end. No. I'm Scott. It's my seat right there.
Okay. I'll bring it.
I'd like to see it.
Back, see it. But I was in Shanghai in 1945, and
that must have been an experience. Yeah, 100K. Kind of like this one. These are pretty old here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome y'all to the 1992 Founders Day celebration and the annual meeting of the Sachse Historical Society. We have a real good crowd here today, and I appreciate all of you attending. This is the best turnout I think we've ever had on one of our Founders Day, and this is our third annual Founders Day. I'd like to introduce some special guests we have with us today. We have three people that are going to share some remembrances of Sachse with us today. We have Mrs. Jewel Davis. She's going to speak with us. Brother Billy Harris of the First Baptist Church, and Mr. G.H. Kelso. Several members from the City Council. We have Mayor Larry Holden here with us, Councilman Pat McKinnish, Councilman Randy Glover, and Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Jim Becker. I'd also like to introduce the officers and the board of the Sachse Historical Society for 1991. My name is Pat Boyd. I served as president. Randy Glover was vice president. Lloyd Henderson was our secretary. Joe Stone was treasurer. The rest of the board consisted of Miss Mary Eileen Jones, Miss Iona Ingram, Devon Reed, Corinne Smith, Brenda Boyd, Cynthia Glover, and Dave DeBusman. I appreciate all their input over the year and all their help in running this historical society. Our first item of official business for this meeting is the election of officers and directors. We had a board meeting and proposed a slate of candidates for next year. I've served as president for 3 years, and for some considerations I'm going to have to step down. We suggested that we move Mr. Randy Glover into president. Mr. Dave DeBusman would be vice president. I believe Lloyd Henderson secretary. Joe Stone would remain as our treasurer, and the balance of the board would be as I mentioned before. Are there any nominations from the floor? Not, I'll entertain a motion to close the nominations. Got a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. I'll entertain a motion now to approve the slate of candidates by acclamation. Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We now have a new set of officers and directors, and we appreciate that. At this time, our second item of business would be the historical marker plaques donated by Mary Eileen Jones and dedicated to J.K. Sachse. We have in our cemetery a historical marker noting the historical significance of the Sachse Cemetery. What we didn't have was any little markers on the highway to let people know that there are in this city a historical marker. So Ms. Mary Eileen Jones has donated some plaques to be placed on city limit signs and signs around town, letting people that come through on Highway 78 know that there is a historical marker in the city. Mary, would you like to come say a word or two about this and your dedication?
Oh. I've had landowners that everybody gets together and we talk. I would like to.
So you're on camera.
I would like to give Molly Grissom, who is here today, credit that she's never received before. She was the guiding influence that directed the Sachse family and the Daughters of the Republic of Texas to install the historical marker. And Mary Kelso, who is also here today with the Cemetery Association, also helped a great deal with that. And I'm sure many others that I don't particularly know about. It had bothered me that the Historical Society was here and that people passed up and down Highway 78, or maybe even residents in our city didn't know that it existed. And I said, we need to do something to have some visibility. And if we could get the state of Texas markers attached to the city limit signs, plus a group of pointers pointing to the historical marker, then at least people would know that we're not only here now, but that this city has been here since 1845. So I did want to thank Molly Grissom and Mary Kelso and others that helped with the initial sign. I did want to give my part in this as a dedication to J.K. Sachse. He was the fifth son of William and Martha Frost Sachse, and was as altruistic and innovative as his father William Sachse before him. He was honored not only locally but at county and state levels. There is a monument in the city of Austin at the 12th Street Esplanade by the state capitol that memorializes Mr. J.K. Sachse as well as others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We appreciate that. And it'll be something visible that has come from Historical Society. Maybe it'll let people of Sachse know that we have a Historical Society. This time I'll call on Mayor Larry Holden for his remarks.
First, I want to say thank you to the Historical Society for recognizing Founder Day every year and for sponsoring this event. It was 147 years ago that William Sachse first came here to settle, and the Indians had a different idea when he first got here. They weren't taking too kindly for him to arrive, so he went up north, I think, to Lamar County and started pulling himself together. And a few months later, in the latter part of 1845, came to Sachse to settle. And soon other families came with him, and they pulled together, and by pulling together, they formed a community. We're still doing the same thing right now. In the last couple of years, I've seen the community pull together and do this building that we have right here. We had enough money to get into the building. The next project was to put landscaping and lighting, and by pulling together, the community did it again. I can only say that I think that William Sachse would be real proud of how we are still pulling together exactly as he did when he came here 147 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Holden. At this time, we'll have our speakers come and share their remembrances of Sachse. At this time, I'd like to have Ms. Jewel Davis come and make her remarks. Ms. Jewel Davis.
Well, I don't know what I'd say if you don't already know, but in Sachse. I was 14 years old when I moved up here. And I had lived over on that hill across Rowlett Creek, went to Maine school 7 years. Had a good gravel road to walk to school on. Well, we moved to Sachse, moved down here on the corner, mud road, mud yard, walked to school in mud. I done wore mud and toes my hair till I get there. And I was ready to be disgusted with this place. But I guess you call us a one-horse town then. We had one school, one church, one grocery store, one post office, and a blacksmith shop. But it was a good, nice, close community. And these telephones up, you know, you rang, everybody knew everybody's rang. You couldn't talk about your mother-in-law or your neighbor, nobody, because it might be just kids use the word. But all the roads were mud there. If you stopped down there at the corner, turn on Sachse Road, so had to get used to that. Had a car, you didn't get to use it very much because it wasn't going nowhere. The road was too muddy. But we had, everybody went to the same church, same school and everything, and everybody knew each other, friends, neighbors, relatives. And I come to find out it was a nice, warm, loving set of people, ready to help their neighbors. Everything, and at school, when we'd have anything to do, everybody would be there, our parents would all be there. Church was there, and Sunday nights they didn't have church very much. About twice a month, I think, and Gus Horton was the choir director, and he said, "You kids come on up to church tonight, we'll have a sing." So, and then we'd have a party at somebody's house. But you know, we didn't have all this worry. We could get out and walk around at night, or go girls, walk to church, walk to a party, anything. Didn't think about being picked up. People sleep out in the yard, summertime. Can't do that now. We didn't have much money, but we had plenty to eat. So we could fix a big Christmas dinner and then we'd go to the store. Go out and catch a big fat hen and make dressing, let it smoke out and get a ham, cook it. Had all kinds of stuff to make cakes and pies, so we didn't have any worries. Just happy-go-lucky. And I learned to love Sachse and learn the people here. Love the people here. So I've been here about 65 years now, and I don't regret it a bit. It was muddy, a little bit unhappy to move here. And I've been living on the same corner up there for 57 years. And I don't know anywhere else I'd rather live. But young people, we had our entertainment at home. Right here in Sachse. People let us have play parties, things, and ball games. And Mrs. Horton was our Sunday school teacher. And on Halloween night, they let us have a Halloween party down at their house. You know, ghosts and goblins and fortune tellers and everything. We just have a big time. But we all, so I'm just happy to be a citizen of Sachse. And thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? If not, we'll have a point for after all the speakers have for any questions and answers, and you can interject those at any time.
I have a question. Is she related to Ben Davis? The Ben Davis brother?
Are you related to Ben Davis?
He was her husband.
That's what I thought. Miss Ben Davis.
I'd like to know, Jewel, when Edith Bailey and them had their chicken house, did y'all ever get in a fight over the smell of her chicken?
Did y'all ever get in a fight over the smell of Edith's chicken houses?
Nope.
I don't know if that
try to get along with your neighbors.
Try to get along with your neighbors. That's the best way, and if we could all do that, we'd have a whole lot less fights.
Had to live by it, just wasn't like them.
At this time, I'll ask Brother Billy Harris, pastor of the First Baptist Church, to come and share some remarks with us. Thank you.
Appreciate very much the opportunity to come in this evening, just have a part of the program. Lord asked me if I'd come and say a few things, and I'll be glad to. It's like the young man who married identical twins.
These girls look just exactly alike. Someone asked him, one of his friends, said, how in the world are you going to tell them apart? He said, that's their problem, not mine. So the Lord asked me to come and speak a little while. That's your problem. I'm happy to be here to tell them apart today. We came to Sachse back in '53. Ms. Davis, her family, some of the first people we knew. Appreciate them very much. Many of you I know feel at home with me. But it's been some good years. We'll be 39 years. It's coming May 10th. So it's been some good years. We came to Sachse. They had no city water, had no natural gas. It was pretty rough back then, those days. My Miss Davis goes back so much further than I do. I feel like maybe kind of a young person here today. Not much that far. I had pastored two other little churches before we came to Sachse. I was at college, and then came here back in '53. And the first year we were here, we built the first little building and also built the parsonage in that first year. And ever since then, we've been seeming like building, going, something happening all the time. It's a very busy time for us. But some of the first meetings we had to get some the engineers to come and consider bringing water to Sachse, they were at our church. And that's been a long time ago. We taken up money different ones gave to pay the engineers to come and do some of that work. So back over the years, we have a lot of members, and they've all been good. I think Sachse reaches out. I learned to appreciate and love Sachse. It's been very good to me. Some of the finest people, I think, in the world here at Sachse. I think that we've reached out to the youth over the years, concerned about their physical training, had parks here come and play, exercise. We feel that's important to have physical giants. The Bible says, that exercise is profitable little. Godliness is profitable in this life and the life to come. So it is profitable, maybe not as much as other things. Spiritual giants, physical giants, we've always been concerned about mental giants. And training, and I'm thankful now we've got 2 schools being built, and that's very important. And we're excited about that. But we also reached out for the people to have some spiritual giants over the years. When I came here, we have 2 churches here at that time. That's the Christian Church and the Assembly of God Church. And Homer Pittslinger was a good friend of mine. I talked with him. He encouraged me to come very much. I thought we needed a Baptist church here. We certainly encouraged by him. But I think it's important that we realize that we need to reach out to have folks spiritually as well. And the Sachse has over the years. Now we have several good churches and good pastors, and a lot of progress has been made that plan. I'm just happy to be part of it. The future, I think, is exciting. Think about the past, think about the future. Our church hopes someday, as the Lord leads, to build an auditorium to about 1,500. That will be the next building that will go up in First Baptist. And so we have a lot of plans and very excited about what's happening.
Thank you, Brother Billy. Any questions for Brother Billy at this time? Yes, Randy.
I'd like to know if he remembers the first service that they held in Sachse, and what was the building? Where did they meet the very first time?
Where did you meet for your first service?
We started in a tent. Actually, we put up a tent, and we had a week's revival. Just starting off, had a week's revival. And then the next Sunday, we organized in the church. I have some pictures here, some brochures, and have some of the pictures and things. If anyone would like to see them, look at them, you'll find. We were in a tent just long enough to get that first building built.
Any other questions?
What year was that?
53.
1953. Anyone else? At this time, I'd like to introduce our third speaker, Mr. G.H. Kelso.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm amazed that all these people are here. I think it's wonderful that you've come today. If you'd read my name in the papers, certainly you wouldn't have come. Basically, what I'm going to talk about is from a kid's standpoint. I remember Sachse as a kid because I was born on 1219 Caldwell Street down there in Dallas in a little duplex, and my dad ran a service station, and my mom was a homemaker, and so up here at the corner where Brian Salmon's house is now, used to be a two-story house there, which was my grandmother's house, Miss W.W. Ingram. And so some of the things I'm going to say, I don't want to make the preacher mad at me here today and so forth, but I'm presenting this from a kid's standpoint. In other words, what I'm fixing to say is at one time, well, I won't get ahead of myself, but we called the Pentecostal religion at that time the Holy Rollers, you know, a bunch of kids, you know. And so we picked cotton for Grandma in the afternoon, but in the evening we'd go up to Holy Rollers because they'd roll and talk, and we thought it'd have to get the cricks out of our back, you know, our knees feeling better. So I don't mean anything to hurt anybody in that regard. I'm presenting it from a kid's standpoint. Anyway, the best that I can recall, I don't know. I'm trying to piece all this back in my mind. I guess my mom and dad had a few fights from time to time. Whether they did or didn't, usually we spent the summer with Grandma up here at Sachse. And the Davises lived down, you go down a road from Grandma's house, that way the Davises lived in a house down there. We went down this way, we'd gotten a house down there that Grandma had, that we lived in. But that's a long time, after. We'd come, I remember Grandma had an old Chevrolet 4-door automobile. I don't know how old it was. It was pretty old, back in
29 model.
1929 model. And I guess we used it to about 49 or something like that. So it was a good service vehicle. And I guess Grandma would send that car and pick us up from time to time. Other times, I think my dad would drive us out there. Grandma didn't allow any drinking in the house. And she had some pretty good son-in-laws that liked to drink, including my dad. So they'd get out there around the cars parked in the front out there, and they'd talk about having a drink or so forth and so on. And if they had any, they'd have a drink or two, you know, as long as they didn't do it in the house. And so I remember one day, I don't know who was there. I remember Uncle Cleve was there. And Daddy was there. I don't know who all the different son-in-laws were, but I remember Daddy saying to Uncle Cleve, "Well, go on and have a drink, Cleve. It'll help your wife's kidneys." And that tickled me. You know, and we would, Grandma had an old mule named John, and she'd let me ride that old mule, and she had a lane out of by our house there, and you get in that lane and go down into a pasture down here, kind of where the Sachse Park is now. And the cows would be down there, and I was supposed to run the cows back up. And I cussed a little bit, and I think the Davis kids all like to hear me cuss a little bit, you know, while I was trying to ride that old mule. And I got to do that. I enjoyed riding that old mule, you know, trying to run those cows back up to the barn so they could be milked. I remember Uncle Jockey one time, he took me and Harold, his son, and maybe Worley too, I'm not for sure. And we were going to go down to East Texas and buy some watermelons, he said. And we got, I I don't know, maybe 40 or 50 miles down the road, and Uncle Jock turned the key off. I didn't know I was in the back seat. Harold and Willie, I guess, turned the key off. I heard him say, the car stopped. Of course, I knew it stopped. So I said, what's the matter? Uncle Jockey said, oh, just a minute. He reached down the seat there and pulled him out of the bottom and had him a little snack, you know. And then the car started up again. And that happened 2 or 3 times, you know, and I thought that was real funny. I did something I just had to do with it. Seeing some of my relatives here, J.C. Ledbetter was dating Helen. And I used to hang out a lot down at the Davis house because the Davises, they had a bunch of girls there growing up, you know, and they always had something going on. We'd make Moselle make Polly Pop or something. I don't know. It was just whatever was going on, I'd like to be around there. And so I don't know how I talked Helen into it. Anyway, she had a date with J.C. that night, and I said, I want to go with you. And God knows why she let me go, I don't know. But we went up to the little town of Sachse, and the little town of Sachse at that time was basically where what I call Worley's service station there, that thing right there on the corner where you make the bend came up Sachse Road. I don't know who's there now. But J.C. bought her a pint of ice cream. And they drove on across the railroad tracks there just a little bit toward I guess at that time the Baptist church, and I don't know what was there really, honestly, and they parked. Well, they sat there and ate ice cream, and hell, I wasn't getting any. So I said, well, I want some ice cream. And they gave me some ice cream. Finally, I think they told me I better go back to grandma. But why they let me do that, I don't know, but I appreciated it. I still remember that. The other thing that I remember down at the Davis house was, like I say, I'd lay there on the floor, you know, and they'd all have dates coming in. I remember Cullen told her coming in, dating Moselle. And we were down there one day. I don't know who it was. Moselle said we had some inner tubes. I couldn't swim, and Uncle Jockey always took us down there to Raleigh Creek to let us swim. And Moselle had a little, I thought it was a little red horse, but the little red dog, I think is what she said it was. I got to playing with it, and she told me, don't break that. And I said, I'm not going to break your horse, I know that. She said, I like that horse, and don't break it. Dad, hear me if I didn't break it. Well, she took out after me, and man, I left like a jet. As fast as I could go, trying to get away from it. And if she'd have caught me, I guess she'd have whipped my butt. But she should have done. Which she should have done. I remember one time back up what I call Worley service station down there. They had a medicine show. And some guy came in a tent, and he'd make a talk, you know, and then he would. I remember he got the kids up there that night, and we took our shoes off, and he mixed them all up, and then the first one that could put their shoes on got 25 cents. Well, doggone, if I didn't win that 25 cents, now you talk about being happy. Now that was the happiest thing I ever did. I can remember one of them. He had this medicine, you know, it's supposed to cure everything from falling hair to aching toenails. And I remember when he was singing, he said, blow your horn or blow your nose, I'll wait on you. He want you to blow your horn, he'd come out and sell you a bottle of that elixir, you know, that would take care of it. I always thought that was pretty funny. Blow your horn or blow your nose, I'll wait. Going back to Grandma's house up there, I remember my granddad a little bit. Grandpa Ingram. I don't remember him a whole lot. He was kind of a nice looking man, I thought. And he had a big, Grandma they had lights in the house. Of course, coming from Dallas, you know, that didn't really mean anything to me, but they had these lights on the wall, and you had to turn them on and then strike a match to light. I guess they were what they call carbide lights, you know. They had this old thing dug down in the ground, and they bought this from, I knew the name of the chemical company a minute ago, I don't know it anymore. Get old as I am, you forget it. But basically what I'm telling you about is from about, I guess, 7 years up to about 15 or 16, something like that, you know. So I'm 67, so that's been 60 years ago that I'm trying to tell you all about. I remember the road from Dallas was paved. It was that old road, you know, it goes through Ralph Creek, and when it rained down there, is always underwater. And we would come out that way. And Alan Backus now, I always was kind of jealous of Alan Backus because he lived with Grandma. And he lived up on the second floor of her house, and he had a room to himself up there. And he lived there full time, you know. And I remember one time that he got a bicycle for Christmas. And I guess I was there. And he got it out here on the highway, riding it out there on the highway, you know. And he'd let me ride some with him, and I'd follow him around, you know, just kind of like a little puppy dog following somebody else, you know. I was really thought that back of that bicycle was something back then. I really did. I don't even know how old I was at that time, or what year that was. You may remember. You remember when that was?
Oh, not the exact time.
It's been a long time ago. As Mr. Harris said here, you didn't have running water. You had a well out there in the back. And I remember I was going to get rich picking cotton for Grandma. I think it paid 50 cents a hundred. And man, I never did get 100 pounds. Even when I'd cheat a little bit and slip an old heavy iron, little irons, you know, they used to iron with, they're solid. I guess they weigh 20 pounds. I'd slip it in there, you know, every once in a while. And I still couldn't get 100 pounds. I never did make 50 cents. I never did. I never did. Just trying to think of some more. I don't remember much. I remember we used to have a post office in Sachse. I remember on the other side of Worley Station over there was a building, a fair-sized building that had double doors. That kind of impressed me that there were double doors to come into it. And we had a postmaster there. I believe she was a postmistress. I believe it was a lady who was in charge of it. And then they had a wood stove back there in the back, and the old farmers would sit around that, you know, and sit there. But I don't know when that closed. It didn't. I don't know what year that closed. You know how much?
Jim Herring's store is what it was.
Yeah, Jim Herring's store.
Jim
That's
Herring's
right.
store is what it was called.
John C. was the postmaster.
Who?
John C. was the postmaster.
That's right.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
You're talking about Nettie Louise Sachse History.
That's who I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about. And one of the best times that I had when I come to visit was going to the Sachse Christian Church. We never did go much to church at home, and so when we come to in the summer and other times, well, I'd usually go to the Sachse Christian Church. And of course, like I say, being a kid, you know, I'm telling y'all from a kid standpoint, I'd always heard a lot about J.K. Sachse and about how wealthy he was and so forth. And I saw him there in church. He was there. I'm sure he was there much more often than I was, but he was there. And he was a nice-looking gentleman. He wasn't real tall. How tall was he, Mary? About 5'10" or so?
Maybe close to 6 feet, maybe.
I don't know, something like that.
I see. But he was a real nice-looking man, and had a nice-looking wife. And then later, of course, that was Aunt Molly that Aunt Iona looked after and took so good care of during that time period. But really, what I enjoyed at the church was Ethel Hart. Ethel was my Sunday school teacher, And for some reason, she and I hit it off. We were buddies. And I don't know, she really got me interested in Sunday school, and I really appreciated everything that Ethel did for me. At that time, I didn't recognize or realize that she was Aunt Iona's sister. I didn't know that. Her name was Miss Harton, and so I just figured it was somebody, you know, that I didn't know. But it was Aunt Iona's sister, and I thought quite many years about how nice she was to me, and how good she was to me. I don't know. I'm sure I could sit here and think of a whole lot of other things to tell y'all. As y'all can see, there's no meat to any of them, but they're just my recollections of what I remember as a kid coming to Sachse. I remember when Grandpa died, Grandpa Ingram. They had him in the front room. That was kind of news to me, or you know, was at that time. And he was in the front room there for a day or two or so before they had the funeral. Was that when it was? That's it. February what year, remember?
I don't remember the year, but I was a bad day.
I see. I think I remember going to the funeral, I'm not certain. But I do remember seeing him there in the living room. I remember somebody telling me where J.K. Sachse lived, and he lived up there at the corner up there. I don't remember that. What's that address? You remember that? What's that?
Maryland, what is it?
5937 DeWitt.
And it was a nice two-story house up there, a big nice house, and didn't you live there?
Most of the time.
That's what I thought. You did.
You lived in 37 last time.
You know, I want to marry one of Debbie and Martha and Ingram's boys. He was probably the best of the boys. I don't know. They were all pretty good. They were all pretty good. You can't say that, but I can just try to tell you what I remember as a kid. Wish I could think of some more, but that's about all that I can remember. Everybody was awfully good to me. Both my aunts and uncles were very nice to me, and they all tried to help me and have helped me through the years, and I'm gracious for that. Thankful for it. I don't remember when they tore the house down. I guess the house was torn down. Grandma Ingram's house was torn down after the D.C. Salmon and Aunt Lily bought it. I guess that's when that house was torn down. I don't remember when that was. Do you remember, Moselle, when that was?
Alan might remember better than me.
I don't remember the date, but that's when it was torn down. Let's see.
It's about 1953.
53?
Because that's what I was wanting to throw out was you're talking about Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri, that's right.
Well, that's your grandmother.
Yeah, I called her Martha
Ann
Ann
Ingram.
Missouri.
Missouri Ann Sachse Ingram was the grandmother you're talking about that lived in the old two-story house.
That's right.
And Don Bell came by my house this morning. He was talking about the old barn that used to be across from the house.
Used to have an old big barn down there, and according to Brian, the city of Sachse burned it down when they built that water tower.
Well, the water tower, the spark from the water tower caught the barn.
Yeah. We got a little money out of the city of Sachse builder for that. I forgot what it was.
The lane,
it was a precious thing that he burned down. He had to clear the thing up a whole lot.
and then the lane you were talking about riding the mule down, it used to run parallel to Sachse Road here. Down, I was thinking it almost come down here to the library.
It
didn't come that far.
It did.
Did it come this far?
No, it came to the side of Doc Means' house.
That's what I was thinking.
You know, they had the cotton field beside the lane. The lane was just to get the cattle from back and forth from the pasture land down in here in the bottom.
That's right, that's exactly the reason. The lane went all the way back, and you had to cross the road there to go to the barn. It was just a little
Now see,
gravel road.
when you're remembering all that stuff, you're 15, you should have been able to remember what I just told you about, because I was about 10.
But you were 10 a lot sooner ago than Garnet.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Not as many years it was.
And he hadn't hit 67 yet. Of course, usually at my age, you can remember in the back a whole lot you can in the future, you know.
Well, I want to ask you a question. Did grandmother tell you that Rawhide and Bloody Bones lived upstairs?
Grandpa said that.
Yeah.
They used to tell us that, so we would not go upstairs. We'd all go up there for a family dinner, and they'd say, now, Rawhide and Bloody Bones live upstairs. And if you go up there, they'll get you. And I want to tell you what, I get to the landing and run back down.
I want to tell you something. If you had been to Granny Yarbrough's place when she was taking care of Elisha in England, somebody told you that, you believe it. And everybody that's in the family knows what I'm talking about there.
I remember something to that effect, but I don't remember the Rawhide and Bloody Bones.
They didn't tell y'all bad stories.
Mostly a booger man or something up there in that storage room, I think, that I wasn't supposed to go into or something. Yes, ma'am. How did I allow her to do that?
How old were you when you had that Sunday school teacher?
Gosh, I don't remember. Oh, I got something else to tell you about the church. I really don't. I guess I was probably 8 or 10, something like that. I was small. I wasn't too old. Might have been 12. I don't really remember. What she taught the youngest students, didn't she? Didn't.
She taught different ages. She taught small ones mostly.
Did she?
And she taught the grown ones some in later years.
I can tell you one thing. She said when you were a little boy, she told this when she was 100 years old. She told your mother one day, "That's the smartest child I've ever taught." So you've made it come true.
She was certainly nice to me. I wanted to tell you one other thing that the lady here reminded me of. Like I say, you know, I don't go to church a whole lot. And I was up there as a kid, and they had communion that day at the Sachse Christian Church. Well, everybody else got in line, you know, to get a little grape juice and a cracker, so I did too. So I got back. Grandma had Sunday lunch every Sunday. We always had fried chicken. And she'd always have a big house full, and usually the kids had to eat on a side table or something like that, or maybe eat in another room. There were so many people there. But I got to tell them about my having communion at the church. And I was told that I wasn't a member and I wasn't supposed to do that. And I said, well, I enjoyed it anyway. I thought it was a lot of fun. But after being condemned about it, I guess that made me not forget it. So I just happened to remember that. But I always felt like that I learned my religion from here in Sachse, and that I was actually a member of the Christian church. You know, that I felt that way because that was basically the spiritual upbringing that I had, and I think a lot of it was due to Miss Horton. I really do, because she was really, really tremendous, and I don't know. She just made me feel welcome and imparted, and I guess I just, by virtue of that, I wanted to repay her or do as much as I could, you know, in that regard. I'm sorry I can't remember anything else, but Moselle and Helen and Wood, they back there, they can tell you a lot of things about things that I've never even thought of. Thank you.
Riding the cows?
That's right. I remember when I walked down there in the pasture, I'd try to ride a cow back.
Any other questions from Mr. Kelso?
No.
One thing we do like to recognize Mr. Kelso for, he is a lifetime member of the Sachse Historical Society due to the fact that he helped us from the beginning. He did our incorporation papers for the state of Texas at no legal fees, and he has helped us tremendously over the past year or so to get our 501c3 tax exempt form. And if y'all haven't ever been through that, that's an ordeal. They want to know everything about you, about all the financial wealth the Sachse Historical Society had, which was at one time we had about $20 or something like that. $20.73, I think, is our sum total that we put down on the financial form for our worth. So we don't have a whole lot of worth, but anyway, we appreciate Mr. Kelso, and I'd like to recognize him as the only lifetime member that we have.
He was referring to the Sachse Christian Church. I would like to say that your grandmother and grandfather would come to our church and bring your daddy and your uncle, Ray Boyd and Fred Boyd, and Marjorie and Mary. They all came, and Ray and Fred were in my Sunday school class when we were all very small children.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yes, my grandparents were Mr. and Mrs. J.F. Boyd. They lived out in Pleasant Valley. My great-great-grandfather was Comfort McMillan, and he came in a wagon train to the area just north of Murphy, and same wagon train with Mr. Sachse. So my people have been around here for an awful long time, too. At this time, I'd like to bring Mary Eileen Jones back up here and let her give you kind of an idea of the toy display she's bought and put in the cabinet out there, and kind of go through that.
Our display this year is toys. Toys that belong to Sachse, Texas children in the 50-year period, 1879 to 1929. The oldest toys we have are the dolls that belong to Molly Herring in 1879. Then there are marbles that belong to her three brothers, and you'll notice they are all irregular sizes. They were handmade marbles back in those days. Iona Ingram's doll buggy is on display, and it's of interest for two reasons. One, that she got it when she was only 4 years old, and she's kept it all these years. And the other is that she received it at the Sachse Community Christmas Party. And back in 1907, and during that era, every year, the community party was held at the Sachse School. That was a one-room building down at Billingsley and Sachse Road. The other toys are self-explanatory. I did include a few pieces of baby or children's jewelry. I would like to mention the little gold earrings you will see, again, belong to Molly Herring. When she was 5 years old, she was sent to private schools. There were no public schools here in 1881. Now, the private school was all the way down what is now Ben Davis Road, on the south side of Ben Davis, almost to Rowley Creek. She was boarded down in that area during the week. And one weekend, she came home with her ears pierced. And her family was horrified that a 5-year-old child would have pierced ears. Her daddy, her papa, Josh Herring, rode his horse all the way to Plano and bought the little gold earrings that you'll see in the display case for his 5-year-old daughter. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to announce that we have membership applications and renewal forms over on the table. We also have a guest book that we'd like each of you to sign. Also on that table, you'll see the book Sachse Remembered that was written by Ms. Mary Eileen Jones, which is a history of Sachse. Got some good pictures in it and quite a bit of information about the city of Sachse and how it's been formed. That book sells for $18 and they're on sale if anybody'd like to purchase that. At this time, I'd like to make my closing remarks. Appreciate the time that y'all have given me to serve as president of the Historical Society for the past 3.5 years. It's been a tremendous experience, and I think this is a very viable organization, something that needs to be continued. At this time, I've got some other requirements that make it where I cannot continue as president, but I will be active in the association, and I do appreciate all the support of the members, the board, and the officers in allowing me to serve for the past 3 years. At this time, I'm going to introduce your new president, Mr. Randy Glover, and let him come up and say a few things.
I'll just add that The sales of the book all benefit the library.
Okay, the sales
I'm
of the
not
book,
here selling
Mary Elaine Jones books, go to the benefit of the Sachse Public Library.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. It's a real honor to be president for 1992. I appreciate the speakers that come out today, Brother Billy, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Kelso. Sachse is unique in that it doesn't have a lot of historical structures. Usually that's what you associate with a historical town. But we've been here a long time, as most of you already know. But it does have a very, very rich heritage, and that's what I'm proud of. Even though I don't have family ties to this area, very proud of the very rich heritage that we have. And the Sachse Historical Society is dedicated to preserving that heritage. A lot of things that we do as a historical society are behind the scenes that you don't see much of. But I guarantee you, if you come to the monthly meetings that we have, typically the last Sunday afternoon of every month, you'll be excited by just being there with people like Mary Elaine Jones and Joe Stone and some of the other members that can relate some of the things, not even being asked, not even as a formal presentation, they just kind of flow out of them. And that to me is worth the meetings right there. As Pat said, we are a nonprofit organization, 501c3, so your memberships are tax deductible. We did finally get that. I'd like to see each and every one of you back next year when we have the Founders Day celebration. Again, thanks for coming.
We have on the agenda that most of you probably came for. We've had our speakers and we appreciate them. They'll be around during the refreshments to answer any questions you might want to have. And at this time, I'll adjourn us to the refreshments. Thank you for coming.
Got coffee and cookies and signs and everything. Feel free.
Later, something, I think, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Glover. I'm president of the Sachse Historical Society, and I'd like to welcome all of you who are here this afternoon, and thank you for taking your time out on normally a sleepy Sunday afternoon to share it with us. At this time, I'd like our Secretary of the Society, Lloyd Henderson, to come and recognize some special guests.
I'd like to join Randy in saying welcome. It's not the most pleasant day to get out, but on the other hand, it could have been worse than ice and all that. But we certainly do welcome everybody to the annual meeting. First of all, let's see, Randy, I believe you're probably the only council member here, so I want to recognize you first. And then we have Jim Becker with the Planning and Zoning Commission is here. Jim's sitting right back here. Jim, if you kind of wave at everybody. There you go. Members of the Sachse Historical Society Board of Directors. Let's see, would you all stand up? Yvonne Reed, Joe Stone, Marilyn Jones. Are there others here? Oh yes, Alan Ingram back here, right, okay. And thank you all. And then, is there anyone here from the newspaper that failed to recognize? All right. I'd given a special invitation to the folks at the Dallas County Historical Commission at their last meeting, or any of you all here. Right? Okay. And then I think a group that's not really guests, but the group that really the heart of what we're doing today is the Sachse family. If you are a direct descendant of the Sachse family, would you stand up and let us recognize you? I think you're the maker. Thank you, and many of you we see each year, and it's always a pleasure to see you, and we're glad that that we're all back together again. So, Randy, thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. At this time, we have two special presentations. We have members, history teachers from
Hudson Middle School and Sewell Elementary here. And for those of you, many of you probably have seen these books, authored by our own Mary Allen Jones a couple of years ago, called Sachse Remembered 1840 to 1940. And this is probably the definitive work on Sachse history, and she has graciously offered that we donate a book each to the only public schools in Sachse. And at this time, we'd like to recognize Mrs. Brenda Abercrombie. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Boyd, is she present? I didn't get to meet her beforehand. Okay. She wasn't sure if she was going to be here, but we will present this to her. She is the history teacher at Hudson Middle School in Sachse. At this time, I'd like to bring up Mrs. Brenda Abercrombie, and she's going to introduce our first speaker for today, and I think it'll be a real treat.
I'm used to speaking to fourth graders. Y'all are a little larger. I want to thank you, Randy Glover, and the members of the Sachse Historical Society for inviting me to Sachse's 150 years. I also want to tell you, Mr. Love, our principal at Sewell, thanks you for this book, and Tina Garvin, our librarian, appreciates this too. I've been a teacher at Sewell Elementary since it opened in 1992, and every year a fourth grader has placed in the Daughters of the Republic essay contest. I'm proud to introduce just one of our 1995 winners. She's an excellent student, she's loved by her peers, and she placed fourth in the Daughters of the Republic essay contest. Let's welcome Nicole Christensen as she reads Davy Crockett at the Alamo.
Davy Crockett at the Alamo. Davy Crockett was born in the backwoods of Tennessee, August 17, 1786. Davy had only 5 years of schooling before he ran away from home at the age of 13. After a few years of roaming, Davy returned home and went to work to pay off the debts owed by his father. During this time, with extra money he made, he bought After a few years of roaming, Davy returned home and went to work to pay off the debts owed by his father. During this time, with extra money he made, he bought a rifle and learned how to shoot very well. His name became legendary as a great hunter. In 1806, he married Polly Finley, borrowed $15 and settled down as a farmer. Although he was a good hunter, he was a bad farmer. During the next 9 years, the family moved from town to town, depending on his hunting skills to keep his family fed. In 1815, Polly died, leaving Davy with 3 children. Davy married again to Elizabeth Patton. He was appointed judge, elected to the Tennessee legislature, and eventually elected to Congress 3 times. Crockett delighted voters with fanciful accounts of his hunting skills. Crockett was easy to recognize in Washington, D.C., where he often met his friends in Coleman. Davy Crockett came to Texas from Tennessee. He came to fight at the Alamo. Crockett walked all the way from Tennessee to Texas. When he got to the Alamo, he lived in the fort with some other men. On March 4th, 1836, shells fell in the fort like hail all day long. At about dusk, they spotted a man running toward the hut, pursued by about half a dozen of the Mexican cavalry. One of the bee hunters immediately knew who the man was, and he with 2 other hunters went out to get him. Davy Crockett followed close behind them. Before they reached, the man stopped and turned around to shoot at the Mexicans, who were very close. He hit one of the Mexicans, then started to run again. The man knew he could not outrun the cavalry, so he turned around and attacked again. Davy said, "We hurried to help, soon finding behind us more of the cavalry, and we could not get back to the fort. Finally, more men from the fort came to help us. 8 of the Mexican cavalry were killed. The man we went to save and the bee hunter died also. Davy received a wound on his forehead. On March 6th, early The Mexican army attacked the Alamo. The battle was very bad. When daylight came, only 6 Texans were still alive. Crockett was among them. He was seen holding his rifle in one hand and his spear knife in the other with blood dripping from the knife. General Castrillon captured 6 people. He did not want to kill them. He took them to Santa Anna where he asked, "Sir, here are 6 prisoners I have taken alive. How shall I dispose of them?" Santa Anna flew into a rage and replied, "Have I not told you before how to dispose of them? Why do you bring them to me?" Then his officers plunged their swords into some of the defenseless prisoners. Crockett sprang to try to kill Santa Anna, and he was stabbed by about a dozen swords in the heart and died instantly. After Crockett was killed, Santa Anna looked at Crockett's body and said, "A congressman, was he? He was also a good fighter and valiant one. He was too brave of a man to be treated like a dog. Bury him with my soldiers." Then he turned and said, "It is of little consequence. Burn Crockett with the other rebels."
Thank you very much, Nicole. Appreciate you taking the time out to read that to us. I know that those that live in Sachse and those that have a part of the essay contest are really proud of the children like Nicole that excel in the subject of history. And I know it's a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and especially as we celebrate the independence of Texas and the sesquicentennial of Sachse's discovery. I think it's very fitting that we have a young person here that has shown interest in history, in Texas history. At this time, I'd like to go over a couple of things that we've done in 1994. 1994 was sort of a slow year for the Historical Society. We had a couple of people that were very involved that backed out for various reasons, and some of the things that we did, and I'm doing this by memory because I've lost my notes, but and please help me remember, but we participated for the second year in the Heritage Fair that was held here in Sachse. We assisted the Friends of the Library. Of course, they did most of the work, but our activity in that was we had Mr. Santa Claus come in for the day and take pictures with the children. And it was not only a fundraiser for the society, but it was also a time when we could do a little community effort, and we had a good time with that. We also participated with the Chamber of Commerce in helping them purchase a community bulletin board that is now in place at the Chamber of Commerce new offices that they just opened this year, where community organizations can put their literature in little bins for newcomers that come into the offices and know that there are community organizations like the Historical Society and can get information on us. Help me remember. Any items? Well, I'll probably come up with some more, but this time I'd like Joe Stone, who is our treasurer of the society, to give us our 1994 financial report.
Thank you, Randy. We only had a little activity last year as far as profit, and that was the Heritage Fair, which we had a profit of $44.63. And the year-end balance in our checking account as of December 31st, 1994 was $1,172.95. We're gradually getting up. Thank you.
As I said last year, this is one of the wealthiest years in the Historical Society's existence. We have over $1,000 in our budget. And we appreciate you, members that provide the dues for that. In 1995, we, the board members, have did a little bit of brainstorming. We're going to continue, but we think what we want to do is concentrate on one or two things that we can do instead of taking on the whole world of history. And One of the items that is dear to most of us is the 1948 Aaron's Fox fire truck that the city of Sachse owns. That is a jewel, and we would like to spend some time, hopefully this year, two things: raising money and also restoring that truck. Currently, it's in a state of disrepair, and we'd like to make that sort of a shining example of the city, as well as what the Historical Society can do. We're also talking with, again, our friends, the Friends of the Library organization, and co-sponsoring a genealogical and photographic, historical photographic restoration project. They want to bring in a person that can teach us how to write your family history, or how to write your life journal. And I think that fits in both with the library and the Historical Society's goals. And at that time, we would hope to have a time where anyone, even if they're not going to go to that, could bring in some historical photographs from their family, from Sachse or non-Sachse people. And at that time, we would photograph them and allow them to take a sort of a restored or a copy of their original photographs. And we think that's something practical that the Historical Society could do. So you may not see any big bang items this year from the Historical Society, but I hope we can accomplish a few things this year. I'd like to welcome our speaker for today, and I'd like to say that first I appreciate his willingness, because we had lined up Mr. Bill Withers from the Dallas County Historical Commission, and a week and a half ago we learned that he passed away. And so not only was that terrible news for us and his friends and family, but we had to struggle to find somebody to come and speak with us today. And I contacted Mr. Bruce Winders, and he was gracious enough to come all the way out from Arlington to be with us today. Mr. Winders was a former history teacher in Arlington. He is currently a professor at Texas Christian University in Fort Worth. He holds a PhD from TCU. And I think he said he's lived in Texas since 1978. I asked him on the phone if he was a native Texan, because I was trying to make sure that we got some real Texans in here. But even though he wasn't native, he's been here long enough where he's naturalized by now. And so he lives in Arlington with his wife, and I really appreciate him coming out today. I think he's going to talk about today what was going on in 1845 in Texas. He has spoke all over the United States and Mexico on the subject of the Mexican War, and I think it's fitting that during the 1845 time frame that we were fortunate enough to have him. So, Mr. Winders, would you please come?
Let me go ahead and say that I'm very happy to be here today, even though it is on rather short notice and rather unfortunate circumstances. And it makes me excited because, being a former school teacher myself, that anytime there's a community that actually enjoys history and enjoys it to the extent where they'll give up their television or their free time on a Sunday afternoon and actually come out and listen to somebody or gather together and study history, it's very encouraging. I have the students that I teach are older than the students you teach, and not quite as old as some of us out here, but I wish that they all could write as well as Nicole. So it's very pleasant to be somewhere where history is actually appreciated. The one thing that we seem to have in common, the theme I was asked to speak about today, and your community, is the year 1845. And I would be lying if I could say that I knew everything that was going on in Texas in 1845. And so if you're waiting for that, you may be a bit disappointed. But 1845 and its impact or its importance on Texas history And the history of the United States and Mexico is really critical. It's one of those dates that ranks up there with 1492, 1776, 1941, in that it's a date where something happens. And what happens is a chain of events are set in motion, and the United States history is different, Texas history is different, Mexican history is different. 1845, and the reason that we're gathered here today is it marks, from that point, it marks today the sesquicentennial, 150th anniversary of something that took place. And what we're talking about 1845 is we're talking about statehood. And when you talk about Texas statehood, or when you talk about Texas history, you're really talking about U.S. history. You can't separate the two. And so we started off with Davy Crockett being killed at the Alamo in 1836. What happens after the success of the Texas Revolution is that there are many people in Texas, many people who, like myself, were not native Texans but are going to be Texans, people from Mississippi and Tennessee and Kentucky and such, that want statehood. And so in 1836, 1847, the issue of statehood is broached. Should Texas go on as a republic, or would it be better for it to apply for statehood, become part of the United States? And there are many people in the United States that are in favor of Texas statehood, but the big problem in 1836-37 regarding statehood, and the big problem in 1845 will be the issue of slavery. That as there are issues that are divisive in today's society, there were issues that were causing division at that time, and slavery was one of them. And the slavery issue kept Texas from becoming a state for almost a decade. What finally brings Texas into the grasp of the United States, or to the reach of the United States, perhaps sounds sort of sinister, is that you have a president, Sam Houston, who is in favor of statehood, or it appears that he's in favor of statehood. He keeps his intentions sort of guarded. And using the threat of Britain, we don't seem to be too afraid of Britain today, but at that time, the threat of British intervention on the North American continent was a big fear. But using the threat that if the United States didn't pay attention to Texas, that the British or perhaps the French would, Texas, under the leadership of Houston, is able to persuade enough people in the United States to support annexation or statehood. Even with the support, the first attempt is unsuccessful. A treaty is worked out between the United States and Texas, goes to the Senate to be ratified, and it fails. And what happens is, this is in 44, is that there's a presidential election in 1844, and Texas becomes one of the main issues. Should Texas become a state, or should it not become a state? There are, or I should say, there is a name that, if you are familiar with this time period, that you should be familiar with, and that would be Henry Clay. Henry Clay was sort of the bridesmaid of American history at that time, during the 1830s and 1840s. Ran for president a number of times, but was never elected. And like Crockett, who Nicole spoke of, Clay belonged to a political party that was known as the Whigs. And he made a mistake, and that's that he didn't come out strongly in favor of annexation. And his opponent, James K. Polk of the Democratic Party, seized upon that and did come out and say, if I'm elected president, Texas will become a state. So he's strongly in favor of statehood. Okay, so the election of 1840 really turned upon two issues. Texas, which we're talking about, and the issue of Oregon, which we're not talking about. But the expansion of the United States was such an important issue to many Americans at that time that Polk, the Democratic candidate, was elected. Okay, so he becomes president, and Texas statehood is pretty much assured. He sort of has the show stole out from under him in the fact that the outgoing president signs the legislation annexing Texas before Polk comes to office. Okay, so Texas becomes a state. Okay, many territories have become states, but Texas and the sort of the pride that we have here in Texas of being special, in American history, it's well deserved, because not every place that becomes a state starts a war. And Texas statehood starts a war. And it starts a war between the United States, which has promised protection from Mexico. So it's wars between the United States and Mexico. What happens is that once Texas statehood is officially done, this is in December of 45. So what happens is very early, Polk orders an army down to a place that we know as Corpus Christi. And he orders this army to Corpus Christi under the command of a general named Zachary Taylor, whose nickname is Old Rough and Ready. And at one time in American history, we talk about Zachary Taylor, Old Rough and Ready, and everybody would say, "Oh yes, I remember him." But as important as these people are, and as important as these events are, they've slipped from most Americans' memories, and in history books, they're really not very well covered. Okay. There is an important issue between the United States and Mexico, and that is, where is the boundary of Texas? And Texans like to brag about how big the state is. Texans at that time had designs on making the state much bigger than it is today. The boundary all the way to the Rio Grande. Not only south to the Rio Grande, but west to the Rio Grande, so out in New Mexico as well. Okay. When Taylor is ordered by President Polk to the Rio Grande in the spring of 1846, war breaks out. Okay, it's sort of slow in happening, but war breaks out. And Congress, once they learn that there's fighting on the Rio Grande, passes not a declaration of war, but a statement recognizing that war exists. So they're not declaring war on Mexico, but they're saying there's fighting, there's war, war exists. And money and supplies are voted by Congress. Okay, now this war, which is brought on by Texas annexation in 1845, is extremely brief by American war standards, but it's very important, and it's important for several reasons. One reason is in the outcome of it. When the war is over in 1848, you have the United States pretty much having the boundaries that it has today, except for the little bottom portion of New Mexico and Arizona. But the war stretches the boundaries of the United States from coast to coast. So it becomes a continental nation. Okay, that's one of the outcomes. The other thing that the war is important for is just the personalities that are brought together and such. The war produces several presidents, as wars sometimes tend to do. Zachary Taylor is elevated from the battlefield to the White House at the end of the war. So victorious general, he wins enough votes to be elected president. Another president is elected based on his record in the war. A president that we don't think of too much, but a president by the name of Franklin Pierce, who was a general during the Mexican War. Another soldier is elected president, somebody who might be not someone you'd think of, but another president is elected, and that's Jefferson Davis. And you're going, Jefferson Davis wasn't president of the United States. No, but he was president of the Confederates.